I'm in the world, but not of it. I praise God every day and I love it. I say what I want and I say what they want. I stand for the truth and what's right and they don't. Life is simple, it's no puzzle. Common sense will tell you not to wear a muzzle. Fear no evil, trust no people. When in doubt, shout, I'm a believer. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me.
Everybody, the left, right, in the middle. Blame my parents because I've been this way since I was little. It used to be normal, now everybody praying to crystals. No wonder why it's so easy for the devil to trick you. They treat you like dogs, hitting muzzles all on your faces, forcing kids to wear them in schools. Doesn't this seem outrageous? They ban Bible scriptures on TikTok.
Let's go to Target! Let's go to Target! Need some PlayStations! Let's go to Target!
I'm in the world, but not of it. I praise God every day and I love it. I say what I want and I say what they want. I stand for the truth and what's right and they don't. Life is simple, it's no puzzle. Common sense will tell you not to wear a muzzle. Fear no evil, trust no people. When in doubt, shout, I'm a believer. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me.
I offend everybody, the left, right, in the middle. Blame my parents because I've been this way since I was little. It used to be normal, now everybody praying to crystals. No wonder why it's so easy for the devil to trick you. They treat you like dogs, hitting muzzles all on your faces, forcing kids to wear them in schools. Doesn't this seem outrageous? They ban Bible scriptures on TikTok.
Let's go to Target! Let's go to Target! Need some PlayStations! Let's go to Target!
Unmute. Haha, I got it. Unmuted. Ha. I forgot. I remembered this time. All right. Let's get this show under the way. Underway. Under the way? Underway. Cold start. Let's go. Echo just freaking is sick and he made two messes from both places. His mouth and the other side on the floor. I had to clean it up when I woke up. Ridiculous. Thank you, Amanda. This is my trans awareness shirt. It's got pink and blue. It's actually really dark blue, almost black, but I like this shirt too. All right. What do we got today? We got a slow news week. Slow week in the news. Not a lot of stuff going on. If you look at the news, if you look at breaking news, yeah, it was gross, Amanda. And I don't do well with smells. So I was the whole time it was bad. Like, it was so bad. It was so bad. Echo. Now he's sad. He knows I don't like it. Echo, poor buddy. Poor buddy. All right, go over there. All right. Slow news week. If you Google breaking news, it's all Trump stuff. It's all Trump. So, not a lot of crazy, a lot of little small news stories, but nothing like big to talk about this week. So we got to make it work. So we got Trump appointments, more Trump appointments. Trump is making an A team, a dream team. He's putting together the squad, the real squad. And the libs are freaking out still. But doesn't seem like they're leaving the country yet. But we'll talk about all of Trump's newest appointees. Look into some some guys. Stubborn One sent me a bunch of memes about this one guy. I don't know anything about him, but we're gonna learn about him. Apparently, he's pretty based. So we're gonna look into Trump's newest appointees, and then we're going to talk about Biden. Biden's trying to make a mess before he leaves office. We kind of knew this would happen. You know, the worst thing Biden could do would be to give all of the immigrants amnesty that he's let in so far. That would be horrible. That would not be good. But currently, Biden is stirring up more problems in the Ukraine. Between Ukraine and Russia, he's letting Ukraine shoot their biggest missile attack yet so far at Russia. So we'll talk about that. When I called that's a long one. I'm not going to read that right now. I got to do my little intro. What's it called? Oh yeah, so Ukraine shooting Russia, biggest missile attack yet. We'll talk about that. We'll look into that. What's going on with that? Then we got a big weird Sess Stuff segment, guys. It is currently, I think we're like 5 days in. We got a couple days left of Trans Awareness Week. Unfortunately, this would have been a better thing last week when we talked about the gender reassignment surgeries and things like that. That would have been better for this week because this is Trans Awareness Week. So unfortunately, you guys got to do 2 weeks in a row of weird Sess stuff. So we have a big weird Sess stuff segment, Trans Awareness Week. I'm going to show you some of my local stuff that they got going on here in Salt Lake City. Talk about the trans children's Discord that they have set up where they're doing meetups and hangouts and stuff. And that's it for main story news. I only got 12 things to look at. I don't have any videos. Maybe we can try to find a video of some nationwide trans awareness weeks. But then in the rapid fire news, we got a bunch of little interesting stories in rapid fire news. We got Whoopi makes another mess. We got wicked corn dolls. We'll talk about those. And we got the alt-right watch, the far right watch. We got some far right news stories from this week. What's the far right getting up to? So that's the news. But then we're going to have a big segment, a big Bible thumping segment. It's been a while since we had a nice Bible thumping show, a nice long Bible thumping segment. We're going to go through really, we're going to cover everything Jacob. We're going to focus on the Jacob and Esau story. Jacob and Esau. 2 nations are warring in your womb. There's a bit of a conundrum in the Jacob and Esau story. We're going to talk about the conundrum. There's some conundrums for the majority of Christians that is not a conundrum for me. But then there's other things that even I'm like, why did God do it this way? We're going to try to make sense of it. I'm going to see what you guys think. We'll talk about all that when we get to Jacob and Esau, but we'll also do some little bonus stories. We'll do Jacob's ladder and Jacob wrestles with an angel or Jacob wrestles with God. It says at the top of the Bible where it tells you what the page is about. I don't know what that's called, but it says Jacob wrestles with an angel. But in the verse, it says that Jacob wrestled with God. So we'll look at all that. We'll talk about all that. Lots of Bible thumping. We got a good chunk of stuff to read. We'll look at some websites, maybe watch a little video. Maybe not. I don't know about the video. My heater is heating up good. And I have no soundboard. I took my soundboard. I undownloaded my soundboard because it kept messing with when I tried to get on StreamYard. It was taking like dominance over my mic and my camera and stuff, which I don't know why. So I deleted my soundboard. So we don't have cool sound effects for when we do the meme review. Maybe I'll put it back on my computer after this week. So, you know, I don't have a lot of videos to play this week. I don't have a lot of sound effects, but we'll make it work. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. So now let me read this comment. When I called it, it was good. Your dog? Oh, it's a baby. A law was passed last year, and they have to ask if your baby is gay or straight. What the dude? It's all right. Trump's gonna take care of that. Trump's gonna take care of that. Why did you get rid of the sounds? Because it was messing with my. It was messing with the priority on my mic. So when I would try to get on StreamYard, my mic wouldn't work, and it was always locking me to voice mod for my mic, and I couldn't get off of it. So I just deleted it. But I might re-download it and just have to figure out a workaround or something. FJB. That's right. That's right. All right. Take a sip of the coffee. Where's my 1 second. 1 second. Rit-a-tick. Let's get into these Trump appointees. So the two biggest ones, the two biggest Trump appointee picks, we got Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz up for Attorney General. This hasn't been confirmed yet. It should happen. But Matt Gaetz, Trump has selected Republican Matt Gaetz of Florida as U.S. Attorney General. We like Matt Gaetz. He looks a little creepy. He looks kind of like a movie villain. Like he could play the Joker in a Batman movie really well. He's got some drama surrounding him. The drama could be all BS from the Dems. They always want to hold a good man down. But Trump has elected him as the Attorney General. So he would succeed Attorney General Merrick Garland if the Senate confirms his nomination. I'm reading from CNBC. And Gaetz remains the subject of an ongoing House Ethics Committee investigation into whether he engaged in sexual misconduct or illicit drug use. Or, it doesn't say or, it doesn't say sexual misconduct and illicit drug use. It says sexual conduct or illicit drug use. So we're just trying to find any dirt on this guy we can, is what I'm thinking. He has offered his resignation from Congress. House Speaker Mike Johnson said, here's Matt Gaetz. Look, he looks like a movie villain, for real. Doesn't he look like Jack Nicholson in The Joker? Or in Batman as the Joker? So there's Matt Gaetz. We know Matt Gaetz. Let me read this article, see what they're saying. President-elect Donald Trump said Wednesday that he will nominate Republican Representative Matt Gaetz of Florida as U.S. Attorney General. Gaetz has submitted his resignation from Congress. House Speaker Mike Johnson revealed at a news conference Wednesday evening. The resignation will not take effect until it is announced on the House floor. Trump, in his Truth Social post announcing Gaetz' selection, wrote that the 42-year-old lawmaker has distinguished himself in Congress through his focus on achieving desperately needed reform at the Department of Justice. Gaetz replied on X, "It will be an honor to serve as President Trump's Attorney General. The selection is the clearest example yet," oh, here we go, "of how Trump, having sworn off many of his former staffers as rhinos, Republicans in name only, or enemies of him and his MAGA agenda, is making a loyalty a key qualification for a second administration." Let's go. That means he learned. You know, when Trump got, what up, DJ on Paul? It's been a while. He looked like he could do a really good Jack Nicholson impression if he wanted. Exactly. He does. Yeah. He could have played the Joker in that movie. It means Trump learned, you know. when Trump became president the first time, Washington Compost reported that Trump had been to Washington, D.C. 17 times in his life and had never spent the night. Trump had never spent the night in Washington. He's like, it feels too swampy here. I don't like it. It just feels swampy. He didn't even stay the night there, ever, in his whole life when he became president. So, and he admits, he said, I had to trust the people around me. They said, hey, appoint this guy. And I said, okay, sounds like a good idea. I don't know. But then Trump spent 4 years in office and he was able to watch people. He was able to study people. He could see how they moved. And, he fired a lot of people. Unlike a Kamala, who 92% of the people who worked with her quit. Trump fired a lot of people. But it was too little too late. They attacked him at every turn. But this time, Trump's had 4 years in office. Then he's had 4 years really being able to sit back. Didn't have to run the country. He had to deal with a bunch of lawsuits and a bunch of BS witch hunts. But during that time, he was able to sit back and study people and watch people. And it seems like he really learned his lesson because he's putting some bosses in there. Guys, he's putting some bosses in office. Bosses in office. So that's what's up. He's doing good. We got Gates as AG. Hopefully, it should happen. It's not 100% for sure yet. And Gates was part of the Freedom Caucus, which is basically like the MAGA squad. Gates, MTG, Boebert, who else? Jim Jordan's on there. I feel like Jim Jordan doesn't really want to get more involved because he's had chances, and I feel like every conservative loves Jim Jordan. Like, Jim Jordan is the GOAT. And I don't see why he's not getting appointed to any, higher up positions. Maybe he just doesn't want to. Maybe he's content with where he's at, which is a sign of a good man in politics if, they're not greedy. And I'm saying Jim Jordan for president one day, but maybe he doesn't want it. So that's a good sign. There's an old saying, I forget how it goes, but it's something like, the man who wants more power doesn't deserve it, but the man who doesn't want more power deserves it, or something like that. You want to give the man who doesn't want more power because he's not going to abuse it, basically. He is picking a great team this time around, Amanda. Oh yeah, and also we're going to have to do it. Since we don't have a whole lot this week, we're going to have to do a little death at the end of main story news before we get into the memes. We're going to have to do a little death to the patriarchy segment. I'm going to have to break my own promise. It's going to be the end of the bit. It's kind of a bit that I was doing for the past 3 years of the show. But, I made another promise. I got to keep it. I'm going to break my old promise to myself. We're going to have to make a woman a mod. We're going to test out the waters. We're going to see what happens. If she abuses her power, we're going to abuse her. No, okay, hold on. We're not going to let Amanda abuse her power, but Amanda hung out for almost the entire 24-hour stream. And she's always at the show. If Seasal ever comes back, we'll have to make Seasal a mod too, because Seasal earned it a while ago and never got it. But now Seasal doesn't come around anymore, which I don't know. Doesn't necessarily mean she doesn't like me anymore. Just means maybe she got tired of the, people get tired of watching the same thing every week or all the time for 3 years. You move on to other things. Like, I don't watch things that I was watching 4 or 5 years ago as much as I used to. And for the same reason, I'm gonna have to take some people's mods away because they're never here. You know, Stubborn One will keep a mod. Lord Spike will keep a mod. Daddy Jub will keep a mod because he's my brother. Bibby will keep a mod. Really, we only have to take a mod from one person who's not really ever here. But we're gonna death to the patriarchy. You know, it's Trans Awareness Week, so I'm gonna identify as a woman and support feminism for the first time ever in my life. We're gonna make a woman a mod. A lower tier mod. We're not going to give her the high tier mod. We're going to give her the lower tier mod, you know? She's been at JLP in the morning, so at least she's all right. Yeah. I don't think I said anything to piss her off. I think maybe she just got bored of the stream, or I don't know. It's whatever. It's not a big deal. But we're doing fine over here. We're growing at a substantial rate. So it's all good. Also, guys, make sure you hit the like button. We got a $50 goal for the night between this and the after party. And I need to figure out how there's some way. How do you do the goals? How does Easy and other people do that? There's a way to set up goals. Super sticker, super chat. There's a way to set up like a super chat goal. I don't know how to do it. I'm gonna have to ask Easy how he does that. Yes, to celebrate Trans Week, I'm gonna identify as a woman, and we're gonna empower the women. $50 goal for the stream and the after party. Super chats or Cash App, but that's not expected. Not expecting to hit that, but I do expect you to hit the like button. So let's keep going on this. Matt Gaetz. The selection, I already read that. If the Senate confirms him, Gaetz will succeed Attorney Merrick Garland, who led the Department of Justice as it conducted a sex trafficking investigation of the congressman. See, they gotta throw that there. The DOJ ultimately declined to charge Gaetz. Gaetz has been the subject of a House Ethics Committee investigation into whether he engaged in sexual misconduct or illicit drug use. But Johnson, Republican of Louisiana, said Wednesday that the House Ethics Committee would have no further jurisdiction over the person, no further authority over them, if they were no longer in Congress. House Ethics Chair Michael Guest, Republican of Missouri or Mississippi, told reporters earlier Wednesday if Mr. Gaetz were to resign because he is taking a position with the administration as the Attorney General, then the Ethics Committee loses jurisdiction at that point. Gaetz, who has denied any wrongdoing in September, said that he would no longer voluntarily participate in the panel's probe. They're probing him. Punchbowl News reported, what is Punchbowl News? Reported Wednesday that his resignation came just 2 days before the panel was set to vote on releasing a report on its probe. The lawmaker, who has carved out a reputation as a staunch and vocal Trump loyalist, has aggressively criticized the DOJ investigation and prosecution of the president-elect by special counsel Jack Smith. In October 2023, Gaetz filed the original motion to oust then House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, his fellow Republican. A band of 8 Republicans led by Gaetz would ultimately join with all House Democrats in removing McCarthy as Speaker, plunging the GOP conference into chaos. Gaetz was traveling with Trump, billionaire Elon Musk, and others Wednesday during the president-elect's first trip to Washington, D.C., since defeating Vice President Kamala Harris, NBC News reported. Trump's selection of Gaetz came as a major surprise even to his Republican colleagues on Capitol Hill. Just a day earlier, Johnson, whose projected majority had already been slimmed after Trump tapped GOP reps Elise Stefanik of New York and Florida Representative Mike Waltz, no relation to Tim Waltz, to join his incoming administration, said, "I don't expect that we will have more members leaving." Senator Susan Collins, Republican of Maine, told Punchbowl News she was shocked by the Gaetz selection. "This is why the Senate's advise and consent process is so important," Collins told the news outlets. I'm sure that there will be many, many questions raised at Mr. Gates' hearings. Shut up, Brino. Asked by a HuffPost reporter whether Gates has the character to be Attorney General, Rep. Mike Simpson, Republican of Ohio, replied, "Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me?" What does that mean? That's not an answer to the question. Whether Gates has the character to be Attorney General, Representative Mike Simpson replied, "Are you shitting me?" Does that mean, are you shitting me? Of course he does. Or are you shitting me? Of course he doesn't. What does that even mean? What kind of representative are you? Idaho? Where's Sub-1 at? Is that guy based? What's he mean by that? Are you shitting me? I don't get it. Anyway, so that's Gates. I'm gonna go through a list here from CBS News of a bunch of appointees. Some of these we talked about last week, so we're not going to dwell on it. Let me make sure they have all of them on this list real quick. Yeah. Okay, so we got a bunch to go through. So we've got Susie Wiles as White House Chief of Staff. We talked about her last week. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. I've heard of that guy's name a lot. Don't know a whole lot about him, but he's the Secretary of State. Attorney General Matt Gaetz. Let's go. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Human HHS Security. What is that? Human Health Services. HHS, Human Health Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the health guy, gonna run our health, gonna take the chemicals out the food, gonna fix up the Vaseline. Let's go, RFK. I'm not a huge RFK fan. I don't like a lot of his views, but as far as his views on health and the food, the chemicals in the food, the chemicals in the water, the weird effects of the Vaselines, I definitely support RFK and that stuff. And I think Trump knows that that's what RFK is good at. That's where he needs to be. Keep his hands off of our energy. Just let him run the health. Good move, Trump. Good move, Trump. UN Ambassador Elise Stefanik. We talked about that last week. Borders are Tom Homan. Apparently he's pretty based. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. We're going to look into this guy because I guess this is a big deal. I haven't heard a lot about this guy, but he looks pretty based. He's like tatted up with like all America tattoos. He's got like a big cross on his chest, and libs are freaking out saying that it's like a swastika, even though it's obviously not. It's a cross. They might say, "Oh, that's the Iron Cross," and the Nazis use that. Hopefully, RFK Jr. doesn't talk too much. He sounds ridiculous. He's getting better. Secretary. So we will look into Pete Hegseth some more. Dang, this is almost gone. Look at this. This is blue, red, white, and blue pop flavored carbonated water from Wally World. It's delicious. It tastes just like a freaking America Rocket Pop. It's really good. Secretary of Veterans Affairs Doug Collins. National Security Advisor Michael Waltz. Interior Security Doug Burgum. We like Doug. Doug did he didn't really get a chance to shine in the debates when he was running for president. But when he did speak and didn't get cut off by the moderators, Doug seemed pretty based. And obviously Trump thought so too, because Doug Burgum has been appointed as Interior Secretary. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. We might read a little bit about him. Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy. White House Counsel, William McGinley. Solicitor General, Dean John Sauer. Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem. They say, as far as women go, she's pretty based. She kept her state open during the coup. She's a based lady. She's the one. She killed a dog. She's killing the dogs. She's killing the cats. No, she had to old yeller her dog. And she wrote about it. And the lefties freaked out. You know, they don't care if you kill babies, but if you have to kill a dog on a farm, God forbid. CIA Director John Ratcliffe, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, heard that name, FCC Chairman Brendan Carr, U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee. Is he related to Sarah Huckabee? I think he is. U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, Department of Government Efficiency. Let's go, Doge. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek and Elon going to be gutting the government. Let's go. Doge. Deputy Chief of Staff Dan Scavino. Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Homeland Security Advisor Stephen Miller. Deputy Chief of Staff for Legislator, Political, and Public Affairs James Blair. Deputy Chief of Staff for Communications and Personnel Taylor Budowich. Presidential Personal Office Head Sergio Gore. White House Communications Director Stephen Chung. White House Press Secretary. Oh, they got a press secretary. Carolyn Levitt. Press Secretary Carolyn Levitt. I actually just read that one. The libs are freaking out because they say there's no black representation on the cabinet. They're upset because there's no. They say, oh, gee, he's a white supremacist. There's no black people on his cabinet. It's so funny. Let me scroll down. There's a few of these I want to take a look at. Todd Blanche, Doug Collins. We talked about Elise Stefanik. Tom Homan, the border czar. Trump announced Tom Homan will serve as border czar in his incoming administration. Homan was the acting director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement during the first Trump administration. So we're bringing back the guy from the first one, but we did good on immigration for Trump's first time. Also, I don't think this was verified last week, but we did win the House. So it was a sweep. That was the red wave we were expecting in the midterms. It was just delayed a bit. It was just a delayed red wave, and it came this time. So we got the House, the Senate, and the presidency. The red wave is here, ladies and gentlemen. It's time. It's time to get to work. We got to hold it. We got to hold the line. You know? I am pleased to announce that the former ICE director and stalwart on border control, Tom Homan, will be joining the Trump administration in charge of our nation's borders, the president-elect wrote on his True Social site. In addition to overseeing the southern and northern borders and maritime and aviation security, Trump said Homan he'll be in charge of all deportation of illegal aliens back to their country of origin. A major theme of Trump's campaign. This role does not require Senate confirmation. Let's see. He was interviewed by 60 Minutes. He said, I hear a lot of people say, the talk of mass deportation is racist. It's threatening to the immigrant community. It's not threatening to the immigrant community, Homan said. Homan said, it should be threatening to the illegal immigrant community. But on the heels of a historic illegal immigration crisis, that has to be done, based. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Trump announced that he will nominate former Fox News host Pete Hegseth to the head Department of Defense. Okay, I have seen this guy before. Pete has spent his entire life as a warrior for the troops and for the country. Pete is tough, smart, and a true believer in America first. With Pete at the helm, America's enemies are on notice. Our military will be great again. America will never back down, the president-elect said in a statement. Trump praised Hegseth's military record as an Army combat veteran, unlike Tim Walz, a real combat veteran, who served in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Guantanamo Bay. Hegseth 44, he worked in Guantanamo. Let's go. Hegseth 44 was a co-host of Fox and Friends Weekends and author of the book The War on Warriors, behind the betrayal of the men who kept us free, which rails against what he calls the warped, woke, and caustic policies of our current military. Based. Michael Waltz, Christy Nome, Sean Duffy, Doug Burgum. Speaking November 14th at Mar-a-Lago during a gala hosted by the right-leaning think tank, the America First Policy Institute, Trump said he planned to formally nominate North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum as Interior Secretary. Actually, he's going to head the Department of Interior, and he's going to be fantastic, Trump told the crowd. Burgum was also in attendance. Burgum ran against Trump before dropping out in December, endorsing Trump the following month. He was also at one point on a short list to be Trump's running mate. I told you Doug was good. I told you guys during the debates, I was like, this Doug guy, I don't know a lot about him, but like he's on point. I liked Doug. They kept cutting him off though, because he was like the lesser known guy on the stage. They wanted to hear from Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis and Tim Scott and Vivek. And so Doug kind of got pushed aside. But every time Doug started talking, the moderator would cut him off, or they would start like arguing. These like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis would start talking, and Doug would get cut off. He never got to finish a point. He was the only one who could answer a question directly. Like everybody else is dodging the question. Doug's like, can I just answer the question? Because none of them are answering the question. And then Doug would start giving a great answer, and then they would cut him off. They'd be like, Doug, we got to move on. It's like, why are you not letting that guy talk? That tells me that he's probably one of the most based ones on that stage, that you won't let him talk. And I liked Doug. I was pulling for okay. I'm glad we have 4 more years of Josh talking like Trump. So Doug is cool. I like Doug. Tulsi Gabbard, I'll just say, I don't know. She's a new convert. She's a new convert and can never trust a woman. I can't say that tonight. I'm going feminist mode tonight. I'm not allowed to say that. Tulsi Gabbard is amazing. Beautiful. Bold and beautiful. Great woman. Chris Wright. Mike Huckabee. I'm looking for any ones that we don't know stuff about that seem interesting. Stephen Twang. Is he Chinese? Was a top spokesman for Trump's presidential campaign, serving as its director of communications. He's returning to the White House after working as director of strategic response during Trump's first term. His title will be assistant to the president and director of communications. Carolyn Levitt. I think we talked about her. Oh, is that the press secretary? Okay, oh yeah, we did see her on the list of potential press secretaries. The least known on the list of names. And, I would have rather had Roseanne or Alex Jones or Kayleigh McEnany or Megan, what's her name? I forget that lady. But this Carolyn Levitt lady, she's cute, You need a cute girl, a cute blonde as your White House press secretary. She kind of fit. She all right, though. Carolyn Levitt, who was national press secretary for Trump's presidential campaign, will be the White House press secretary. She worked in the White House during Trump's first term as assistant press secretary. Carolyn is smart, tough, and has proven to be a highly effective communicator. I have the utmost confidence she will excel at the podium, Trump said in a statement. The 27-year-old, 27, previously ran an unsuccessful race for Congress in New Hampshire. All right. We're still looking for a Treasury Secretary. Still need a Treasury Secretary. Some names have been floated. It's a floater. I don't know who these guys are, but we got some names being floated for press secretary. We're still looking for that. All right, let's take a look at Pete Hegseth. We're going to look at all the bad things Wikipedia has to say about him, because that's usually a good sign. He was in the military. He's been an active in conservative and Republican politics since his undergraduate days at Princeton University. In 2016, he emerged as a supporter of Donald Trump's presidential candidacy. So he goes back. He was never a never Trumper, and served as an occasional advisor to Trump throughout the latter first term of president. He reportedly persuaded Trump to pardon 3 American soldiers accused or convicted of war crimes related to the shootings of non-combatants in Iraq. Hegseth was a platoon leader at Guantanamo Bay during his military service, defended the treatment of inmates detained there. Hegseth was considered to lead the United States Department of Veterans Affairs in the first Trump administration, but David Shulkin was tapped instead. Well, he tapped out. How about that? Now he tapped out. We're going to get Pete in there. His military career, he joined the Bear Stearns as an equity capital markets analyst and also commissioned as an infantry officer in Minnesota National Guard. In 2004, his unit was called to Guantanamo Bay Naval Base under the operational control of the 3rd Battalion, 187th Infantry Regiment of the 101st Airborne Division, where he served as an infantry platoon leader. Infantry platoon leader, let's freaking go. And was awarded the Army Commendation Medal shortly after returning from Cuba. Hegseth volunteered to serve in Baghdad and Samarra, Iraq, where he served first as an infantry platoon leader and later as a civil military operations officer. During his time in Iraq, he was awarded the Bronze Star Medal, Combat Infantryman Badge, and 2nd Army Commendation Medal. Bro, this guy was not just like some pencil pusher, some paper pilot. He was not just some desk jockey. This guy was out there, boots on the ground, running the infantry. Let's freaking go. Conservative activism. He left the conservative. He was at Manhattan Institute for Policy Research. He left in 2007 to work as executive director at Vets for Freedom. His role included responding to the Federal Election Commission as treasurer of the organization. He worked at Vets for Freedom until 2012. The organization advocated a greater troop presence in Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah, he's probably not happy with the pullout strategy from Biden. In 2012, he formed the PAC, the Political Action Committee, Minnesota PAC. An APM reports and analysis found that while Hegseth ran the Minnesota PAC Political Action Committee, 1/3 of its $15,000 in funds were spent on Christmas parties for families and friends. See, he's a Christian. He loves Christmas. This is what we're looking for. When Wikipedia is dogging on him, that means he's awesome. He spent $15,000 of his funds on Christmas parties. That's a Christian man right there. You gotta celebrate Christmas. Let's go. Christmas finance laws in Minnesota do not prohibit such spending. Less than half of the PAC's resources were spent on candidates, and as of March 2018, the PAC had closed its account with the state board. Hegseth was the executive director for Concerned Veterans of America, an advocacy group founded by the Koch brothers. The group advocated greater privatization of the Department of Veterans Affairs, or the VA. Greater privatization. I always say, and that's great. That's great. Everybody talks about how bad the vets are treated. Maybe it's because the VA is the closest thing to a socialist healthcare program that we have in America. It's set up as socialism. And that's why it doesn't work. And Pete obviously understood that, and he advocated for greater privatization of the VA. So, smart guy. While Hegseth was its chief executive, Concerned Veterans of America hired his brother Philip to work for the nonprofit and paid him $108,000 according to tax records. Asked about it, Hegseth's lawyer said that Philip, a May 2015 university graduate, was qualified for the media relations job and noted there is no prohibition against private entities hiring family members. Hegseth was considered, that's nepotism. It's nepotism. Shut up. Hegseth was considered to lead the Department of Veterans Affairs in the Trump administration prior to the selection of David Shulkin. Punditry. He initially backed Marco Rubio, then Ted Cruz, and ultimately Donald Trump. Since then, Hegseth has emerged as a strong Trump supporter. He frequently criticizes the media and Democrats. He criticized special counsel Robert Mueller's fake investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election. Hegseth has appeared on Fox News Channel as well as CNN and MSNBC. Fox News, campaign to pardon war criminals, political positions. Hegseth's political positions have been described as Christian nationalists. Let's go. Let's go. In his book, American Crusade, Our Fight to Stay Free, he said he believes there are irreconcilable differences between the left and the right in America, yes, leading to perpetual conflict that cannot be resolved through the political process. Let's go. He furthermore called for an American crusade. This guy's awesome, which he described as a holy war for the righteous cause of human freedom. In May 2024 interview where he talked about education, Heck said, democracy, democracy, defend the democracy. Do you know what our founders did not want us to be? A democracy. Pete. Let's go, Pete. Let's freaking go. What's a paper pilot? I don't know. I just made it up. I was just trying to I just made that one up. Basically, you sit at a desk and you make paper planes and you fly them all day. Is it not a good? Is it not good? Does it not work? Pencil pusher, desk jockey, paper pilot. I made that one up. You have to say things in threes. It's okay, Freddie. Pay attention. You might learn a little something about broadcasting, my friend. You might learn a little something about communications and broadcasting if you pay attention. Okay? You're gonna pick up on improvisation. You're gonna pick up on, thinking on your toes. You might learn these things if you pay attention. Is that not a perfectly adequate description of what I was saying? A paper pilot? I think it's perfect. It's perfect. It's great. People are going to use it from now on. Watch. Yeah, I did just make it up. Okay. He wasn't even in the Air Force. Election denialism. Okay, so one last thing. I know we said we're going to stop roasting Biden, but we got Biden's trying to make problems before he leaves. He's going to do all he can to destroy the country before best I've ever seen. He's going to make all sorts of Biden's going to make all sorts of problems. But before we get to that, from NBC News, election denialism emerges on the left after Trump's win. Shocker. Shocker. Who would have thunk it? Conspiracy theories that the election was miscounted, hacked, or stolen have spread in some left-leaning online communities. Uh-oh. I hope they get banned. They better all be getting banned. In the days following the presidential election, a familiar strain of denialism and conspiracy thinking began to emerge in the corners of some social media platforms. On the right, familiar conspiracy theories about voting popularized by President-elect Donald Trump continue to circulate. But similar, yeah, and that's why like 12 million votes just disappeared this year. Isn't that interesting? Similar ideas also took hold among some supporters of Vice President Kamala Harris and have continued to spread. NewsGuard, a firm that monitors misinformation, found that nearly 800 social media accounts and video channels, which is a minuscule number, had published false or egregiously misleading claims about the 2024 election, starting in September 1st, along with over 960 websites and more than 1,200 partisan sites masquerading as politically neutral local news outlets. Sam Howard, NewsGuard's U.S. politics editor, said that the misleading election claims have been seen on a variety of platforms, including X, Threads, Reddit, and Facebook. I don't know what Threads is, but apparently that's where Stephen King is going. Because he doesn't like X. Lame. The false narratives being spread online have emerged from both sides of the aisle. Where Democrats won, like in the U.S. Senate election in Wisconsin, Republicans alleged vote counting irregularities, while some Democrats alleged that Trump's win was rigged with the help of Elon Musk's Starlink satellite internet provider. Who's the conspiracy theorist now? Elon Musk is using his laser satellites to freaking beam votes down into the Dominion machines. Somebody better be getting fired. People better be getting banned on social media. Y'all need to keep that same energy that you have with us. The only difference is they say there's no evidence that this is true. The difference is we had evidence. We had plenty of evidence. They came out and admitted it. In Time magazine, they admitted what they did. So it's not like it was a secret. You can look at all the graphs and all the numbers. There were so many irregularities in 2020. If COVID is a thing, people can't get out and vote, but you're sending ballots to people's houses, and all of a sudden the votes skyrocket, 15 million more votes than we had this year. You know, what do you think? What do you think's going on here? Aren't all energy drinks sweet? What about like tea? Coffee. Coffee's an energy drink. Coffee's not sweet. Mitch McConnell said no confirmation during a recess. Shut up, Freddie. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know what you're talking about. All right. So enough about Trump. Are they not going to let me? They're not going to let me read Axios for real. Look, it says. Let's put my old email in here. See if they'll let me read. Yeah, okay. Biden lets Ukraine use U.S. supplied long-range missiles in Russia's Kursk region. So apparently this is the biggest attack. Biden and Zelensky had a little hangout. You know, Trump said he's going to end Russia-Ukraine as president-elect. He's going to... Donald Trump Jr. posted, within 5 minutes of my dad becoming president-elect, Hamas is already begging for peace. And who said last week, it was either Goon or Freddie, they're like, they've always been asking for peace. No, they haven't. The Houthis and Hamas both started begging for peace as soon as Trump was elected. They weren't always asking for peace. Were they asking for peace when they did October 7th? No. They weren't always asking for peace. They started praying for peace as soon as Trump got in. And Ukraine and Russia would have not been far behind, but Biden is stirring up drama on his way out of office. So President Biden approved. There should be like some sort of thing in place that like once you have a new president-elect, the old president can't just start like messing stuff up before they leave. You know? President Biden approved Ukraine using long-range missiles to fight against Russian and North Korean forces in the Kursk region of Russia's territory, multiple outlets report. It's the first time Biden has authorized Ukraine to use U.S.-supplied long-range missiles to strike inside of Russia. A source with knowledge of the issue confirmed the Army Tactical Mission System, the ATACMS, was only authorized for use in the Kursk area where North Korean troops have been deployed. North Korea's leader, Kim Jong-un, Little Rocket Man, sent thousands of troops to the Kursk region in western Russia to assist Putin's forces in his war in Ukraine. The source said Biden's decision was communicated to Ukraine around 3 days ago. He said the motivation behind the decision was to deter North Korea from sending more troops to Russia for war against Ukraine. U.S. officials hope that if North Korean troops in Kursk are hit, Pyongyang might review its decision to send troops to Russia, and the Russian counterattack in Kursk will fall. That's such a cool word. Pyongyang. 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 Bro, I want to learn an Asian language. If the Asiatic give you any static, pop him with a long-range missile. What up, stubborn one? We talked about Pete Hegseth. I saw you sent me a ton of memes about Pete Hegseth, and so I got we just did a little segment on Pete. Pete seems pretty based. Today, there's a lot of talk in the media about us receiving permission for respective actions, he said, but the strikes are not carried out with words. Such things are not announced. Missiles will speak for themselves. Damn. Spokesperson for the Pentagon declined to comment on the matter. Russian leader Vladimir Putin said last month that if Western nations decided to authorize Ukraine to strike Russian territory with long-range weapons, it would represent direct participation of NATO countries in the war in Ukraine. Good job, Biden. So Biden's just trying to F everything up before Trump comes in. You know, Trump could stop this, but if, Biden's still got, 2 months left, he could do a lot of damage over these 2 months. He could give asylum, or not asylum. What was the word I said earlier? Now I'm forgetting the word. Amnesty. He can give amnesty to all the illegal immigrants that are here right now that have came in. He could just start bombing places. This man's got the dang nuclear football. Did I just say nuclear? I don't say nuclear. I'm not that dumb. He's got the nuclear football, and he's trying to play quarterback. He's about to throw a Hail Mary. See that, Freddie? That's improvisation. Enabling Ukraine to strike high-priority targets throughout Russia could put Kiev in a better position for potential negotiations, including by incentivizing Moscow to agree to a moratorium on strikes on critical energy infrastructure. John Hardy, deputy director of FDD's Russia program, told reporters. So, Ukraine warns Russia could send North Korean troops to combat zones within days. We have Fox's thing on it, but let's just see this video of Zelensky. Let's watch Zelensky talk from CBS News. I have never worn a collared shirt. I have never worn a suit, not so much as a collar on my shirt. Zelensky, the billionaire. Hold on, I'm just waiting for this ad to play. Improvisation is for clowns? Yeah, well, that's why you suck at broadcasting. That's why you're not entertaining. All right.
Has authorized President Zelensky to use American-made weapons for deeper strikes inside Russia. Ukraine had been requesting permission to use the missiles for long-range attacks for some time now, but the U.S. had been concerned about potentially escalating the war. At the same time, yesterday, apparently undeterred, Russia launched one of its largest attacks in months on Ukrainian civilians. MTS Tayyab has our story.
They were targeted as they slept. At least 11 people were killed and dozens more wounded after what Ukraine has called one of the largest Russian missile and drone attacks since the start of the war. Much of it hitting the country's energy grid. Now, Ukrainian forces will be able to retaliate harder and further like never before.
Damn, look at that dog.
Following President Biden's...
What the dog doing, though? What the dog doing? They got dogs chilling in the dang bomb shooter, missile launcher.
decision to allow the use of U.S.-supplied long-range missiles deep inside Russia. The Army tactical missile systems travel at supersonic speed and has a range of up to 190 miles. For months, Ukrainian forces have been launching drone attacks into Russian territory, but with limited effect. President Vladimir Zelensky has welcomed the weapons. Strikes are not made with words, he says. The missiles will speak for themselves. In September, Russian President Vladimir Putin issued a dire warning against...
Yeah, that guy looks like a super nice guy. That guy looks like the leader of the friggin'... I mean, I'm pro-empire, but that guy looks like he's on the dark side, you know? I am Zelensky. Oh, I only wear black and dark green.
Allowing Ukraine to fire U.S.-supplied long-range missiles, saying it would mean that NATO countries...
Look at Putin. Putin wears a suit. I think if you're like a world leader, you should probably own a suit.
countries. The United States and European nations are parties to the war in Ukraine. Since then,
Damn.
Putin has dramatically raised the stakes by...
Bro, it's always so impressive when these foreign soldiers do like their battle marches. It just looks impressive. You know, our military used to be impressive like that, but now I see it's like Trans Awareness Week in the military. They're just like running around and like, there's a bird with a little bell sitting on my windowsill. Coaxed him in with a piece of bread. Then I smacked his birdie head. Sound off.
overseeing the deployment of at least 11,000 North Korean troops alongside Russian forces. While in the capital, Kyiv, a makeshift tribute has been set up to mark the 1,000th day of the war, as loved ones mourn the loss of tens of thousands of Ukrainians.
And President Biden's decision has triggered a furious response from within Russia, with Russian lawmakers calling the move unacceptable and warning it could trigger what they called World War III. President Putin, however, has so far remained silent. Tony.
MTS, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Tony. Zelensky. Oh, this is him? Well, I think we already just watched it. I don't want to. There's no way I can mute that. I think that's probably just what we just watched. Oh, wait, here we go.
The plan to strengthen Ukraine is the victory plan I had presented to partners. Long-range possibilities for our army is one of its major points. Today, there is a lot of talk in the media about us receiving a permit for respective actions. Hits are not made with words. Such things don't need announcements. Missiles will speak for themselves, for sure.
For a century.
Okay. So that's Zelensky. Biden's causing a mess. And then one last thing from Biden. We got to save the fake man-made Amazon rainforest from man. Biden says nobody can reverse his climate agenda, but Trump is poised to try. From Politico. In a speech from the Brazilian rainforest. Look at Biden. Biden's sweating his balls off in the dang Brazilian rainforest here. Look at, what's the what was the zoom button? Control. Look at Biden. Guys, it's kind of hot out here. He's chilling up in a rainforest. Let's go. President Joe Biden on Sunday urged the next administration to build upon his climate agenda as Donald Trump threatens to tear his policies to shreds when he returns to the office in January. Yeah, good. Speaking on a dirt path at the Musea de Amazonia, a nature reserve nestled along the confluence of the Negro and Amazon rivers. They got a Negro River? They got a dang Negro River. What? The confluence of the Negro and Amazon rivers. I'm reading it, okay? Biden was surrounded by lush rainforest, wearing a blue-collared shirt and his trademark aviators. The president said when he departs the White House in January, he will leave Trump, whom he did not mention by name, he who must not be named, with a strong foundation to build on if they choose to do so. You know, a strong foundation to build on if they choose to do so. Some may seek to deny or delay the clean energy revolution that's underway in America, but nobody can reverse it. Nobody. Some may seek to deny or delay the clean energy revolution that's underway in America, but nobody can reverse it. Nobody. Not when so many people, regardless of politics, are enjoying its benefits. Not when countries around the world are harnessing the clean energy revolution to pull ahead of themselves, Biden said. The question now, which will government which will stand in the way and which sees the enormous economic opportunity. Biden hoped his historic trip to the Amazon would come on the heels of Vice President Kamala Harris' election. Yeah, Biden knew damn well Kamala was. Biden voted for Trump. Biden and Jill wore a red dress on voting day. That's not a good sign, Democrats. We got some memes about it. Biden definitely voted for Trump. Biden was pissed they kicked him out. He said, you know what? I'm voting for Trump. When he put that Trump hat on, he looked like a kid in a candy store. When Biden was wearing that Trump hat, he was so happy. He's like, hey, MAGA. Let's go. Dark MAGA. Goth MAGA. Biden hoped his historic trip to the Amazon would come on the heels of I already read that. Confidently telling the world that his climate agenda would be carried on. But Trump's win has recast the visit, magnifying the fragility of some of Biden's policies in less friendly hands and making the complicated logistics of a presidential visit to the dense rainforest seem somewhat quaint. Even some of the president's announcements on Sunday were largely symbolic. Biden ain't doing no symbolism. Biden said a proclamation designated November 17th as International Conservation Day. God, why do we have so many days? Everything is a day or a week or a month for something. You guys know that Native American Heritage Month is starting up like right after Thanksgiving. It's ridiculous. They're trying to take Thanksgiving from us. We got Trans Week, Thanksgiving, then Native American Heritage Week. My mayor posted about it on Facebook, and I was like, oh, thanks, Mayor. This is actually a great month because I'm a Native American. Everybody who was born in America after America was founded is a Native American. If you were an indigenous person who was here before America was founded, you're not a Native American because it wasn't America yet. You're only a Native American if you're born in America. So everybody born in America after America was founded, or everybody who came and helped found America, or you know what, I'll even say the indigenous people who were here when it became America, not the ones who were eating their enemies, not the ones who were doing blood rituals and sacrifices and slavery and all that stuff. Not those mean guys, not the ones who didn't know how to ride horses, not the ones who didn't have a wheel. But, the Squantos, the Rebeccas. When I say Rebecca, I mean, of course, Pocahontas. But we don't dead name people around here, especially not during Trans Awareness Week. We don't dead name. So her name is Rebecca. Christ gave me a new name, just like Saul became Paul. I used to be called Benji. Now I'm Joshua. Christ gives us a new name. So Christ gave Pocahontas the name Rebecca, and she died a Christian as Rebecca. So we're going to honor that. Yay, like Kanye. We don't dead name Ye. His name is Ye. Christ gives us a new name. So Rebecca, Squanto, they were based. They helped the Pilgrims. They're Native Americans because they were here and they helped contribute to the founding of America. They're Native Americans. I'm a Native American. You're a Native American if you were born in America. So maybe I support Native American Heritage Week if you look at it that way. If only I got paid more for... I love the dark MAGA hat. Are the chickens home? Oh, there's Seasal. Seasal, where you been? We were talking about you. Seasal's about to be pissed. Seasal. Tonight, in honor of Transgender Awareness Week, I'm gonna be identifying as a feminist. Death to the patriarchy. We're gonna mod the first woman tonight, and I always said Seasal would be the first woman mod if I ever decide to go more feminist. Seasal would be the first woman mod. But I was saying, I don't know where Seasal's been. She doesn't come around here much anymore. Maybe she's tired of, people people's tastes change, or people, get tired of watching the same thing. They move on to other things. But I said, if Seesaw's here, we'll make Seesaw a mod. So, Seesaw, if you want to be a mod, we'll make you and Amanda Thomas a mod. Because Amanda's always here, and Amanda was here for the whole 24-hour stream. And I said, if you stick around for the whole 24-hour stream, I'll make you a mod. And she did, so. But Seesaw's been here forever. Seesaw's one of the OGs. So we might be making 2 women mods tonight here in about 20 minutes. Death to the Patriarchy stream. I identify as a woman. I identify as a feminist. It's Trans Awareness Week. I'm going to make sure that I'm seen. We're going to be seen, guys. All right. Even some of the president's announcements on Sunday were largely symbolic. Biden signed a proclamation. I already read that. He announced additional U.S. funding for the Amazon Fund, which requires congressional action and is unlikely to get out of the door with Republicans in control. Good. Good. What do we want to need to fund the Amazon? We need to fund America. Josh, only one female mod, make them wrestle for it? Well, how about they both have to fight me in the octagon? Because I identify as a woman for Trans Awareness Week. So I'm allowed to beat up women if I identify as one, right? I guess that's what the precedent has been set. Mud wrestling. Yeah, why are we're saving the Amazon rainforest that men helped build. He also announced that the U.S. has met its pledge to increase international climate financing to more than $11 billion on international climate financing. According to a White House fact sheet, there's a 6-fold increase from the $1.5 billion spent when he took office. 6 times. Wait, that's more than 6. That's not 6. Who's doing this math? 1.5 times 6 is 9. It's not a 6-fold increase. It's a 7-fold increase. I guess maybe 6-fold means it plus 6 more. So 7. Okay, I guess. Anyway, so we went from 1.5 billion being spent on international climate financing to Biden coming in when we spent 11 billion. Damn. Trump's election is also complicating Biden's hopes for using the visit to the Amazon to submit his climate legacy. Climate legacy. Oh my God. Members of his own party have blamed the president for Trump's victory, arguing he should have never run for re-election and waited far too long to drop out of the race. He didn't even drop out. You guys forced him out. He didn't want to leave. And if Biden is still alive in 4 years, bro, he could have made it, guys. He could have made it. All right? He could have made it. You notice he got a lot sharper as soon as he wasn't running for president anymore. All of a sudden, he got way sharper. He was just playing. He was playing a game. He voted for Trump. Some Democrats feel that Trump's victory and the consequences that follow should be a defining part of how Biden's presidency is remembered. Trump, who has called climate change a hoax, is likely to pull out of the Paris Climate Accord based, roll back environmental protections, and increase production of oil and gas. Let's freaking go. Which is already at an all-time high. Trump's transition Awareness Week, is reportedly discussing ways to eliminate the electric vehicle tax credit championed by Biden. Based. And he's already stacking his cabinet and West Wing with officials eager to rip apart federal programs aimed at reducing air and water pollution. Nice. Trump on Saturday announced he'd selected Chris Wright to lead the energy department. Wright, the head of a Denver-based oil field service company. Nice. We got an oil worker. We got an oil man running energy. Let's freaking go. Has disputed the role of climate change in causing extreme weather. Yeah, we know what's causing the extreme weather. We're not stupid. After the Amazon visit, Biden will travel to Rio de Janeiro for the annual G20 summit, where the future of global climate policy is likely to be a major point of discussion, but it's unclear how much influence the U.S. will have in the discussion this year. At the annual United Nations Climate Summit taking place this week in Azerbaijan, global leaders were already discussing a path forward without the U.S. playing a key leadership role. Biden ticked through his administration's action on Sunday, pointing to his sweeping legislative accomplishments that have unlocked $1 trillion for clean energy technology. $1 trillion for clean energy technologies and the factories needed to build them. Right? Are the factory? Wait. So you have to build a factory to build clean energy factories. But is the factory that's building the clean energy factories also a clean energy factory? Probably not, right? If we're making the clean energy factories, but we have to make them in a dirty energy factory. Bro, it's such a scam. It's such a scam. It's so dumb. There's so many. We were talking about this last night, me and Daddy Jub. Boats in the water cool the ocean. More boats in the water cool the ocean. But they put out carbon emissions, lots of carbon from big ships. So the big ships are cooling the ocean by being in the water, but they're heating the ocean by putting out carbon. So it's a catch-22, or it's not a catch-22. It's just, it neutralizes. It's neutral. It's neutral. No more falling upstairs. I know, it's going to be sad not to see Biden just like wandering around in the grass. I'm going to miss that. Those were the good old days. All right, enough roasting Biden. Guys, it's time for Weird Sess Stuff. Weird Sess Stuff. The Weird Sess Stuff segment. It's Trans Awareness Week. Let me see if I can find a video real quick. I meant to do that this morning. I was on Speakeasy's panel this morning. He's going for a 48-hour stream. I told him I don't think he'll make it without falling asleep. Trans Awareness Week 2024. Philadelphia. Oh, look at this cop. Bro, if you type in Trans Awareness Week 2024, my stream is the fifth one down. Let's go. We're moving up in the algorithm. Okay, we'll watch this video. Let's watch this. And then I'll show you some local things from what they're doing here in Utah for Trans Awareness Week. Kind of sick. Let's watch this.
This week, and advocates say it's an important time to amplify the stories of trans people.
Action News race and culture reporter Taronda Thomas joining us. And Taronda, there are also some challenges.
Action News race and culture reporter. Race and culture reporter. I don't see a lot of diversity, equity, and inclusion on this news show, guys. Do you see? Where's all of the representation for 68% of the population? I seems like 100% of your newscast only represents 13% of the population. I don't feel like that's inclusive. I don't feel represented.
The trans community faces uniquely for this group.
Absolutely, Shari, which makes weeks like this even more significant as the trans community and allies.
Her hair is cultural appropriation.
I seek to raise awareness of their stories.
It's really great.
For 22-year-old Tara McDonald, life is pretty good.
I enjoy my life a lot.
But not too long ago, it was the opposite.
When I was 15,
if you're a trans adult, you have a mental illness. If you're a trans child, your mother has a mental illness.
I was so depressed.
Struggling as a student at Perkiomen Valley High School, but things changed when she started to change.
I came out when I was 16, and I started transitioning when I was...
There's a man, baby. We don't have a soundboard, so I'll just do the sound effects. Boom. Boom. Beta.
17.
And last year, she used her voice as a transgender woman to speak out in front of the Perkiomen Valley School Board against a controversial bathroom policy that critics say was anti-trans.
I spoke out. I said what I need to say. I shared my story.
It's the kind of story that's put into the spotlight during Transgender Awareness Week.
Our vision of an inclusive and hopeful future still remains very strong.
Ash Lazarus Orr with the Advocates for Trans Equality says, while the week can be a time to commemorate, right now it's also a time of concern.
Once we saw the election results, we started seeing a very large increase in anxiety and fear.
Anticipating they'll have to fight harder for trans rights.
Oh my God, this pisses me off, dude. Look at this baby. Little kid. They have little kids at the front of the parade wearing masks, holding rainbow flags. They march the kids around at the front of the line. Look at the little baby. This is so evil. Like, this is real evil. This is what evil looks like.
Under a new presidential administration.
They're exhausted by...
Also, Trump is going to get rid of that bullshit of flying rainbow and trans flags at government buildings. No more of that. We're not doing that anymore. You can't argue that it's not a political stance. It's a social stance. It's a socio-political stance. And you're flying those flags at our government buildings. Once you do that, once you set that precedent that this group is allowed to fly their flag at a government building, then why can't freaking neo-Nazis fly a freaking swastika flag at a government building? You can't deny them if they request it. You've set the precedent that we're waving these groups' flags at our buildings. You can't be partial to one side. Like, that's crazy. If I want to put a big Christian flag at the government building, why can't we do that? This was something that was contested when they started putting Black Lives Matter murals in front of government buildings and on the streets. If you're using publicly funded resources like government buildings and public roads for political messaging, then you have to be fair with it. If I want to put Christ is King in giant letters painted on the street, not only should you allow me to do it, but you should pay for it. The city should pay for it. And if you don't, I should be able to sue the shit out of you. This is crazy. Trump's going to get rid of all this crap. We have a big trans flag flying at our city county building. So if I request the city to fly a Christ is King flag and they deny me, I should be able to sue the crap out of them. And I would like to get a lawyer, but I'm broke. I can't afford one. If anybody wants to work pro bono, and help me out with this, I should be able to say, I have a social group. We're Christians. And we want a big flag that says Christ is King waving in front of the city county building. And we want a mural painted on the road in front of the city county building. And if they say, no, we're not going to do that, then I should be able to sue the hell out of them. Because that's discrimination. You can't start putting social political messaging from one specific group on taxpayer funded buildings unless you're going to be fair with it.
These petty and destructive politics.
But the election also brought about some high points. Representative-elect Sarah McBride of Delaware is the first openly transgender person to be elected to the U.S. Congress.
There's a man, baby. That lady has nuts. That lady's got nuts.
This is such a monumental achievement for our community and representation at the highest levels of government.
Continuing the hope for people like Taryn, whose mom is always in her corner.
Just love her. We're so
crazy mom.
Proud of her. We think the world of her.
Keeping those good days going.
How can you give birth to something with a penis and call it a her? I don't get it. I don't get it. This is so evil. It's so evil. I'm not even trying to we make jokes and stuff. We have fun. But in all seriousness, this is evil. This is dark. I don't care how many rainbows and bright colored flags they wave and smiley they get and happy in their parades where they're all dancing around in G-strings and wearing furry outfits and doing, sexual innuendos in the streets with little kids watching. It looks real happy, but it's pure evil. This is crazy.
Going by living the life she was meant to have.
It'll help people become more open-minded.
The conversations surrounding Transgender Awareness Week are happening at an important time. That's because Wednesday is Transgender Day of Remembrance, putting a focus on the lives lost in that community. Rick?
They took their own lives. They took their own lives. It's all just child sacrifice, pure inversion. It's pure evil. It's an inversion of God's plan. Maybe they snipped them. The nuts. They might have snipped the nuts. Damn. So, yeah, this is pure evil. This is their website, Transgender Awareness Week website. Each year between November 13th and November 19th, people and organizations around the country participate in Transgender Awareness Week to help increase understanding about transgender people and the issues the members of the community face. The only danger to them is themselves. Trans Awareness Week takes place the week before Transgender Day of Remembrance. So they get a whole week, then they get an extra day, then they get Pride Month. Oh, man. An annual observance November 20th that honors the memory of transgender people whose lives were taken by themselves in acts of anti-transgender violence that year. No, come on. That's not what happens. What happens is they off themselves. What can I do to become a better ally? Learn about trans people by educating. You got to educate yourself, guys. We're just not educated enough. That's the problem. We're a bunch of mean, angry, hateful bigots, and we need to get educated, okay? That's the problem. Glad media reference from blah, 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 blah. Okay, enough about that, but this is Utah. Utah Pride Center. We have a whole building called the Utah Pride Center. It's gross. And this is their website, but if you go to their website, I went to their website to look for events that were coming up because I wanted to storm the party, get some footy, do a little content, but they're not doing any outdoor stuff this year. So look at this. Youth Among Us on Discord. Monthly programming. So this is a Discord group for transgender youth, where a bunch of transgender kids, quote unquote, it's not a real thing, but they meet up and they go on Discord, and I'm sure there's some teacher lady there telling them, validating their, to be frank, mental illness. I really wish you'd debate First Amender about Transformers. It would be so much fun to watch. Yeah, I seen that guy talk to Andrew. So I was going to try to storm this Discord. I was going to try to infiltrate this Discord. Oh, we got in. Oh, we're in. Oh, I'm in. Bro, they're going to say I needed to make a fake Discord to do this. You must complete a few more steps before you can talk. Let's do the steps. Guys, we're in there like swimwear. I tried this before and I couldn't get in. I'm in now. They're going to see my picture. I'm wearing a MAGA hat and my name is Dreadedconservative. I was going to make a fake Discord account and do this, but let's just do it on stream. UPC teens, treat everyone with respect. Absolutely no harassment, homophobia, transphobia, sexism, racism, or hate speech will be tolerated. No age-restricted or obscene content. This includes text, images, or links featuring nudity, sex, hard violence, or other graphically disturbing content. I mean, I feel like it's all graphically disturbing content, but if you see something against the rules or something that makes you feel unsafe, let staff know. We want this server to be a welcoming space. I don't know. I'm worried that this might get me like banned from Discord just by going in here. There's 13 members online, 58 members in total. We have way more members like that in my Discord. We could flood this Discord, guys, but I feel like I'm risking my Discord right now by doing this. Let's agree to the rules. Let's see it. We can leave. See if they're having any voice chats. Oh my God, guys. If we get into I'm going to get banned on Discord. I have to make another Discord account to do this. I didn't think that I could get in. I didn't think I could get in. Messages failed to load. Try again. Try again. Why they're not letting... Bro, the mods are on it. They're like, no, we're not letting this guy in. He's got a MAGA hat and his name is Dreadedconservative. Do you have to agree to all of them to get in? It's not... The messages aren't loading. This channel is not on your channel list. Oh, I think they banned me before I could even get in because the messages aren't loading and it's saying that. Come on, let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. I need to save these kids. We need to save these kids. We're going to have to make an alternate Discord to get in here. They're not letting me in. Hold up. Oh, we're in. Voice chat, voice channels. Youth coordinators. A youth coordinator, and his name is Pickle. Oh, I wonder what that means. I wonder what that means. If you want to join the voice channel on the general one, you can. I'm trying to adjust my mic, but it's open for anyone to join and talk or play a game. This is some grown man with autogynephilia. He, him. It's a he, him, which means it's probably a she, her. Welcome to all the newbies in this server. We have an event this Thursday for pumpkin carving. Pumpkin carving with the gays. I will have pumpkins to carve, or you can paint, decorate. A Halloween movie will also be put on. Hope to see you there. What's it going to be? Rocky Horror Picture Show? Halloween party tomorrow at the Utah Pride Center. We have spooky snacks and fun games to play. We also have a chill room. What do you do with the kids in the chill room? If you just want to hang out and watch a show, we will have music and photo booth. The best costume will win a prize, so come and bring your friends. Starts at 6 p.m. Josh, old as a mug. Oh no, I have therapy at the same time. I can't make it to the Christmas party because I have therapy at the same time. Okay, thanks, Skylar. What if freaking Skylar, like if I was going to make a fake account, my name would probably be like Skylar McBride or something like that. He, him, he, him. Oh, what about at the bottom where it says so-and-so just joined and then people can wave to you? It doesn't say I joined. Me6 is online. There's only 2 of us online right now. Wait, so the mod is on. The bot is on. Good luck with your surgery. Oh my God. I'm vice president in my school's GSA club. Look at this. Wait, what happens in the center? My teacher gave me this link in our LGBT club. Sorry, guys, I don't know anything. So at school, the teacher gave this person a link to the trans children's Discord, and they have a LGBT club at the school. This is horrible, guys. Baby pets. What the fuck? What kind of music are they listening to? In what dystopian reality are Will, Wood, and Dream the same fucking genre? You can take so many pairs from this list and be like, what the fuck? MSL X Girl in Red collab since they're the same genre for sure. That's real appropriate for children. Oh, furries. You know I said you was the shit? I lied. You ain't shit.
Hey, what's your name?
Lila.
No, what's your real name?
Pedro. And what's your name?
Marco!
Bro, this is some evil, demonic, freaky stuff. John, we infiltrated the trans children Discord. But I need to make a fake Discord to do this properly. I don't want to join in a voice chat. Nobody's in the voice chat. Hello? Check. Mic check. Anybody in here? Look at my picture. I'm wearing a MAGA hat. My name is Dreadedconservative. I'm in the trans kids Discord. I'm trying to save these children. I'm not here to insult any kids. Not here to attack any kids. I'm here. I want to talk to an adult who's running this thing. These kids are victims. But this is not a child. This is a grown-ass man. I don't know what it is, actually, but... And this is a Discord made for trans kids, and teachers in Utah are giving the link to this Discord to the kids so that they can join it, and they can set up game time and play time and little meetups. And these are the people that they're meeting up, that are meeting up with the children.
The weight of the world's on my shoulders, like Atlas is crushing me down. We're not brave, we're not strong.
Oh, Lord. All right, we need to leave this Discord before I get my whole Discord shut down. Somebody's going to report me. How do I leave a Discord group? Leave server. We're going to leave before they report me. I'm not interested in the topic of this server. I'm going to have to make a fake Discord. It is child abuse. It's crazy. Crazy. Okay, I left the Discord server because I can't go in it with this account because I'm sure they have like researchers that are going to follow me and they're going to look at my server and they're going to be like, shut up, DJ Unfold. Gross. So I don't want to get my server reported. With my picture alone, they're going to be like, wait, this guy has a MAGA hat on. But that's evil. Well, that's what they're doing for transgender awareness, guys. Enough of the weird Sess Stuff segment. Before we get to the memes, of course, she's DJ on pause type. You got better at chess? Come by tomorrow night. We can play some chess. Tonight, I'm probably in the after party. I'm probably going to go jump in Easy stream because he's doing his long stream, unless it's like full. But we can play some chess later. All right, guys, it's time. It's time for the death of the patriarchy segment. It's time for the death of the patriarchy segment. in honor of Trans Awareness Week, I'm going to identify as a woman for a moment. I'm going to identify as a feminist. We're going to break our own rule. We're going to break the rule that I set for myself a long time ago. No women mods. We're going to break the rule. Seesaw's here. So it's not just one. Because I got a lot of promises to keep. Oh no, boo. I said if Amanda stays for the whole thing, I would make her a mod. And I also told Seesaw if I ever make a woman a mod, she would be the first woman that I mod. So we're going to mod not one but 2 women. This could be the death of the channel, guys. I don't know. It could equal growth for the channel because all the big channels I see, they all have women mods. So let's do it. Here we go. I gotta click it. Oh my god. I gotta click it. You don't get to be managing moderator. What is managing moderator? Managing moderator can manage blocked words and change chat modes in live. And also has the capability of standard moderators. Standard moderators can review and remove chat messages and hide or put users in timeout. All right, ladies, listen. You know the things that I want removed. If somebody's saying something gross or something that I'm going to read and be like, dude, why would you put that in my chat? You can remove those. Use your discernment. You can remove those. But if somebody's attacking you, if somebody just starts, if you get in an argument with somebody, ladies, because I know you ladies. This is the super simp section of the show. Yes. I know you ladies. You'll start off bickering with each other. And then you'll abuse your power. And you'll just start removing stuff and blocking people. Don't be removing anything unless I say, hey, if it's really gross or TOS or anything like that, you can get it out of my chat. But if somebody and you have a problem and you're in an argument, having a little tiff back and forth, you don't get to remove their comment. You don't get to ban them. You got to be the bigger man. Okay? It's Transgender Awareness Week. You got to be the bigger man in the situation. You just got to let it slide, ignore them. Okay? You don't get to block anybody. If you block somebody, I'm going to take your mod status away. You don't get to block anybody unless I say block that person. You got it? You got it? And don't be posting everybody's links in my chat unless I ask you to post their links. This ain't the dang promo channel for every other channel. We'll promo you if I support your content, if I'm subscribed to you and I watch your content and you come in the panels and you're regularly in the chat, then I'll be like, hey, drop his link, drop that person's link. We're not just dropping links to everybody that comes in the chat. This ain't the dang link sharing farm, okay? Got it? Those are the rules. Here we go. I gotta click it. Oh, I gotta click it. Ah! So only block Freddy. Got it. No, Amanda. Look at that. Seesaw is a mod. Oh, Lord. Seesaw, type something. Let's see those blue letters. 100%. Only whatever you say. Got it, Josh. No blocking, no links. Yes. I don't even know how to drop links. All right, cool. And now, one more. Oh, no. Hold on. How do I do it? That is moderator. Wait. Not Dean. We're not making Dean a moderator. Sorry, Dean. Standard moderator. Save. Y'all all are banned. Everybody's banned. Really? The only difference it is. What about Rome? Rome is Buff's mod now, and she doesn't even. Look, Buff comes on my channel. And then Rome goes over there. And Buff instantly makes her a mod. Doesn't even know Rome. Makes her a mod. And now she never comes to my channel anymore. She's always on Buff's channel. So, you know what? That's fine. You can be a mod over there, Rome. You don't get to be a mod on my channel. I don't care. I'm just playing, guys. I really don't care. We have 2 women mods. Death to the patriarchy. Feminism has risen up. Feminism has risen up. I've broken my own rule. I've made women mods. I don't know how long it's going to last. I don't know how long it's going to last, but ladies got mod powers. B-Wise almost deserves a mod because she's here every Monday night, but her well, I don't know if I should talk. I think it's known in the chat what I was about to say, but let's just say somebody else already has mod power and it's only 1 mod per household. Shot Buff's channel. Shots fired. Shots fired. You lost Rome to Buff? Yeah, well, he made her a mod, and you know, if he's if she's a mod on his channel and she wants to, I'm fine with that. I don't care. It's not a big deal. You won't regret it. Even Andrew Wilson has women mods. I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, most of the big channels do have mostly women mods. And I've been studying other channels to try to grow. And it seems like the channels that have big chats, lots of interaction with the chat, big channels, they all have mostly women mods. And I was like, I wonder why that is. Like, why? But then Andrew said one time, somebody said in chat, they're like, oh, you're all about the patriarchy. Why would you have women mods? All your mods are women, but you're supposed to be some big patriarchy guy. And Andrew's answer was, yeah, I'm the king. Why would I not have a bunch of women do my work for me? And I was like, that's kind of a good answer. It kind of makes sense, you know. If I'm the king of this house, why would I not have all the women, you know, doing my my little tasks? We got a lot of little tasks. Why would I not outsource that to a bunch of women? So people love the ladies. I like ladies that have, I don't know what that means. I'm not going to read that. I don't know what that means. Nessio's kind of retarded. All right. Let's get to the memes. No soundboard. Memes is going to be kind of dull this week. I guess we can bring back the soundboard next week. I'm just going to have to improvise the sound effects. All right, guys. Y'all know what time it is. It's time for the memes. I'm going to do all the sound effects myself. Hold on, I need to shrink this up a little bit. Guys, date a girl who wears glasses. It's like dating 2 girls when she takes them off. It's like dating 2 different girls. Somebody said, wash off her makeup and then you date 3 girls. And then this guy says, remove her Instagram filter and then you get to date 4 girls. And then Henry said, take her meds away and you could have up to 10 girls. Let's go. So true, Henry. So true. There's a man, baby. Boing. Boing. Next. Oh, geez. Believe it or not, one of the women in this photo is trans. Do you know which one? No, because it's literally impossible to tell. Which one do you guys think it is? Hold on. This is a nice looking girl. She's kind of cute. It's a nice, you know, middle-aged, decent looking woman, you know. And this one, she's all right, you know, kind of cute. And then, whoa, what the? What the? Ba-na, 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 ba-da-doo, ba-da-doo-doo. There's a man, baby. What the? Oh, I wonder which one. Next. In case you missed it, here's a recap of Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. Buffering, 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 buffering. Mike Tyson's ass. Buffering, 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 buffering. I don't want to do a lot about Mike Tyson and Jake Paul, but it continues to stay in the headlines. I'm hearing some of the worst takes ever from people who don't know anything about fighting. They don't know anything about boxing. They don't know anything about the UFC, but they have all these hot takes that are lukewarm at best takes. They're not good takes. Anytime you hear, if you're listening to people who are talking about the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight, if they say it said in the contract blank blank blank, it said in the contract they couldn't knock each other out the first round. It said in the contract that Jake Paul was meant to win. It said in the I've heard 3 different rumors so far. 3 different it said in the contracts. They're all lies. They're all fake news. None of that's real. The contract has not been leaked, and none of that was in the contract. If it was, the fight would not have been approved. The fight is watched over by the Vegas Gaming Commission. The only rigging that was done, I should have bet on Jake that issue was fixed. Listen, the only rigging that was done was basically Jake Paul didn't want to kill Mike Tyson. Yeah, see, honestly, you guys don't really know what you're talking about. So the only rigging that was in place, Jake Paul admitted this at a press conference the other day. They said, Jake, seemed like in the last couple rounds you kind of backed off of him. You were taking it easy. And Jake said, yeah, I didn't want to kill the guy. I didn't want to hurt him. That's the only rigging. The only rigging that happened was Jake Paul and Mike both knew Jake was going to win because, duh, welcome to reality, people. Welcome back to reality where 58-year-old men who the fight was delayed 6 months ago because Mike Tyson had to get a blood transfusion. He said this on X, and this was all the fight commentators are putting it out there for clickbait like it's new information. We all knew this 6 months ago. Mike Tyson was on his deathbed. There were rumors that Mike Tyson had died 6 months ago. He might have. His heart might have stopped. He's had a stroke. He's had a heart attack. He had a blood transfusion. He lost 25% of the blood in his body. Like, he's not healthy, guys. And when anybody tells you, oh, Jake Paul just fights a bunch of washed up fighters, he's 11-1 in his pro boxing career. If I don't know what these people think when you first become a pro boxer, that you're just going to be fighting Muhammad Ali and George Foreman and Mike Tyson. No. For like your first 30 fights, you're fighting nobodies. Jake Paul, yeah, he's fighting older guys that maybe haven't boxed in a while. He's fighting high-level UFC fighter. Nate Diaz is not some bum. If you think Nate Diaz doesn't know how to box, if anything, Nate Diaz took it easy on Jake in that fight. If you think Nate Diaz can't box, you're crazy. You don't know anything about combat sports. Like Anderson Silva, he's old, but do you think Anderson Silva is just some bum just because he was kind of old? You don't know anything about combat sports. Jake Paul is 11-1 as a pro boxer. That's a very good record. And the guys he's fighting are much bigger names than most boxers fight when they become pro fighters. The first guy Mike Tyson knocked out, nobody had ever heard of. There was two guys that nobody had ever heard of. That's generally how it happens. You have to work your way up. So every boxer when they become pro is fighting no-name people. Jake is fighting established fighters who maybe they're a little old, but that's expected. You're not going to go up against the freaking top guy in the bracket when you just became a pro fighter. All of these takes are horrible. These people don't know anything about combat sports. You guys don't know anything about combat sports. Like, you're just wrong. These are horrible takes. Welcome to reality. There is no world where Mike Tyson was going to win that fight. The only rigging that happened was Jake Paul took it easy on him. Because if Jake Paul hit him too hard in the chest, he could have had a heart attack. If Jake Paul hit him too hard in the kidney or in the stomach, his bleeding ulcer might have popped. If Jake Paul hit him too hard in the head, he could have died. Okay? And anybody saying this is messed up that they let this happen. Mike Tyson himself posted that he's so grateful. He thanks God for this fight. It gave him one last chance to step in the ring before he dies. Guys, he made $20 million to leave to his kids. He left one more big fight for his kids, who his kids watch Jake Paul. He left one more big fight with this young buck that got huge attention, packed arena, he made way more than $20 million off this, by the way. Money to leave his kids. Like, all the people hating on this are just Jake Paul haters. And if you don't like white Christian Trump supporters, you might be a liberal. You might be a lefty. So I'm tired of the horrible takes. Josh knows the truth. He just likes to have it's not a controversial opinion. It's the obvious opinion. It's the only people who don't have this opinion are people who don't know what they're talking about. All the fighting commentators, like the big YouTube channels that are fighting commentators, they're like, Jake's actually a respectable fighter. Like, you have to understand, this kid is an athlete. He's a natural athlete. And he's rich enough to pay the best trainers in the world to train him. You think he's just like some bum. He's not. Like, he's early in his career. But for as early as he is in his career, he's fighting bigger names than most people ever fight in their career. Most pro boxers, you'll never hear their name. They're going to fight people who you've never heard their name. People at the very bottom of the bracket, like nobodies. And they're not, as far as pros go, they're not like the cream of the crop. Like, fighting commentators say Jake is a good fighter. And anybody who says he's some bum and blah, they don't know what they're talking about. Anybody who thought Mike Tyson was going to knock Jake Paul out in the first round, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not paying it. You don't live in reality. You need to snap back into reality. Maybe research into these things. All the things about contract said this. The contract said this. That's all fake news. That's not real. Jake Paul's marketing team puts these rumors out to promote the fight. Like, people who know fighting and know about this stuff know this. This is not a secret. That's all fake. There's a script that came out. And they're saying, look, the fight was scripted. Look at this script. And it's like a script to the fight. That's so fake. If you believe that, I have a bridge to sell you. I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. If you believe that fight script is real, come on. Come on. Do you think the earth is flat too? Come on. Wake up. Snap back into reality. This is a 21-year-old kid in his prime with the best trainers in the world, who's a natural athlete, going up against a former legend. He's still a legend. Mike is still a legend, of course. But he's dying. He's literally dying, guys. He's not healthy. So, come on. I'm tired of talking about this. Just the takes are all so horrible. Oops, there goes gravity. Dope, the don't mavity. Go, but don't babity. Let it go. Dude's a bum. Yeah. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking either. Didn't you lose $20 on that fight? Yeah, I think you did. I think you lost. Didn't I win the bet on that fight? I think I did. I think you lost the bet, right? Yeah, that's because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Actually, I'm like 5 for 5 right now. I got Trump, I got Jake, and I call Bo Nickel, Oliveira, and Jim Jones or John Jones in the UFC 309. I'm 5 for 5. I'm on a winning spree. That's all we do is win around here. Next, Babylon B for his next fight, Jake Paul to challenge the exhumed corpse of Muhammad Ali. That is funny though. On this day, 200 years ago, Goku saved the Native Americans from the Red Ribbon Army. They asked what they could do to repay him, and Goku replied, "I'm hungry." Thus, the first Thanksgiving feast was born. I hope. Keep my fight's name out your mouth. Keep my fight's name out your mouth. What does that mean? Yeah, that smack was fake. That smack. Well, I don't know about the smack at the weigh-in. That could have been fake. But what I heard was Mike Tyson has said before that his feet are weak and that his feet are the weakest part of his body. And he doesn't like when stuff falls on his foot or somebody steps on his foot. He doesn't like it. And his feet are weak. And if you watch that press conference, when Mike and Jake walk out, Jake knew this. So Jake was kind of messing with him. Jake puts his foot out and steps on Mike's foot. And then he kind of like smiles at him while he's stepping on his foot. And that pissed Mike off and Mike smacked him. So some people are saying it was real because Jake was messing with him and stepped on his foot. But I could believe that the smack was planned. Yeah, I'm tired of winning. I'm tired of winning. I would have had... No, you wouldn't. You were like, no, Mike's going to knock him out. Next. Breaking. Jake Paul has challenged Master Roshi, age 300, to a boxing match after beating Mike Tyson. It is giving us some good memes, though. By the way, Master Roshi is universe-level strength. Like, Master Roshi could probably destroy a planet with a punch. In the manga, Master Roshi actually goes Ultra Instinct. So, manga is not canon. That's Toyotaro's iteration of Toriyama's Super. But in the show, Roshi doesn't go Ultra Instinct, but in the manga, Roshi goes Ultra Instinct. My point is, Master Roshi would destroy Jake Paul. Master Roshi would definitely destroy Jake Paul, so he would not want to fight Master Roshi. Next. So here's the tweet from Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson says, "This is one of those situations when you lost but still won. I'm grateful for last night. No regrets to get in the ring one last time. I almost died in June. Had 8 blood transfusions. Lost half my blood and 25 pounds in the hospital and had to fight to get healthy to fight, so I won. To have my children see me stand toe-to-toe and finish 8 rounds with a talented fighter half my age in front of a packed Dallas Cowboy Stadium is an experience that no man has the right to ask for. Thank you." That's what Mike Tyson said. So, there you go. Mike Tyson was grateful for this fight. And anybody saying this is how dare they let this happen? Bro, nobody lost in this situation. Everyone comes out a winner. The promoters, the arena, the sponsors, Jake, Mike, everyone, all the fighters that fought beforehand, everyone involved in this comes out a winner. The only person who comes out a loser in this is Netflix. Because people are pissed at Netflix. If you want to be pissed about this fight, be pissed at Netflix. You have one job, Netflix, and you freaking failed. So, Yeah, this fight was supposed to happen in June, but Mike was in the hospital dying. There were rumors going around that he had died. So, I should have read it in Mike Tyson's voice. Hold on. This is one of those. Hold on. I can't do a very good Mike Tyson. This is one of those situations where you lost but still won. I'm grateful for last night. No regrets to get in the ring one last time. I almost died in June. Had 8 blood transfusions. I lost half my blood and 25 pounds in the hospital. Had to fight to get healthy, so I won. To have my children see me stand toe to toe. Let's go, Mike. Shout out, Mike. There's RFK saying, fuck them seed oils. Boom. There's a man, baby. Next. Unclear if angry-looking bald person is a neo-Nazi or a leftist woman. We will fight, beta. Beta. No, you're an idiot, Freddie. I don't think Jake Paul proved himself. And I'm also not a big Jake Paul fan. If you can't figure out what I'm saying, if you don't understand what I'm saying, then you're probably an idiot, Freddie. Next. Look at all the bald ladies. They look like the NPC meme. What the? It's Uncanny Valley. It's an exact replication. Wow. 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 They're shaving their heads. They're shaving their face. These women, I don't even know if they're actually women. They're shaving everything. You know what? I am a Jake Paul fan. I'll take it back. If you guys don't like young, white, Christian Trump supporters, you might be a feminist, Amanda. Jake is based. Jake is based. Next. It's just everybody hates on the dude who's winning. They hated Trump. You know, they hate on Trump. If you hate Jake Paul, you might hate Trump. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Stephen King says, I'm leaving Twitter. I don't know how Stephen King talks. I think he talks like a weird girl. I'm leaving Twitter. Tried to stay, but the atmosphere has just become too toxic. Follow me on Threads if you like. And then we got Willy Wonka saying, stop, no. No, don't, please, stop. No, stop, don't. Come back. No, wait. Please, no. No, Mike always talked about that. He said, I'll F you till you love me, you F git. I'll eat your children. I'll eat your children. I'll F you till you love me. Next. Report, California teacher storms out of classroom, accuses student of hate crime for wearing a MAGA shirt. Let's go. It's hate crime time. Look at these beautiful young ladies. Compared to the bald-headed freaks that hate Trump. Next. It's up to us women now. I'm refusing to sleep with any man for 4 more years. Hold on, I need to read this in Jabba the Hutt's voice. It's us to us women now. I'm refusing to sleep with any man for 4 years. Tyson is in my book a bitch. What kind of take is that, Tommy? That's the worst take I ever seen. I guarantee you couldn't beat Mike Tyson in a fight, Tommy. Next. Mike Tyson is a bit. What are you talking about, dude? You drinking too much, Tommy. He's Trump poking this liberal with a stick. Says, come on, shave your head. Come on, do it. Do it. Shave it. Go ahead, do it. Shave your head. You guys need to stop talking shit about John. Next. Our Pete, their Pete. Our Pete got a We the People tattoo, 1776 tattoo. I think that's 1776. Well, no, there's no I at the end, so it's MDCC. M is millennia. D is 50 years or no. D is 500 years. 100. So that's 17. 5XX, that's 75. That's 1775. He's missing an I at the end. Maybe I just can't see it. Maybe it's curled around his arm, but this is 1775. We the people. I don't even know if those are real tattoos or if that's edited into the picture. But look, our Pete, their Pete. I want to talk to you tonight. You don't know what's going on. Tommy, I know everything that's going on. And I can't do panels with you, Tommy, all the time because you don't let anybody else talk. You just yell and you get all drunk and then you start breaking TOS repeatedly. I'm trying to have like real conversations with people and you kind of mess that up. I'm trying to make like a professional stream where we talk about real stuff. And it's hard to do when you and Mr. Matt are there drunk as shit. We're going to have a new rule. If you're that drunk, you can't come on the stream. All right, next. I bet you that if government starts charging this is some girl named the MAGA Slayer, La Papillon Bleu, too. She said in 2023, I bet you that if the government starts charging election deniers with felonies, that shit would stop real quick. And then 2024, she says, I really believe Trump cheated. Boom. You can mute me. Tommy and Mr. Mad debate. Yeah, that would be epic. Next. Oh wait, so it's Sylvester Stallone talking. No one could have done what this man has done. He's the second George Washington. Adrian! Sylvester Stallone. Look at that Trump gold. Look at that Trump coin. I got Trump gold. I got a whole bucket of Trump coins. There's a man, baby. Happy Transgender Awareness Week. Merry Christmas. Happy Schwanza. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Transgender Awareness Week, guys. That's all I have to say about that one. Next. I didn't have Mike Tyson reading Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell on my bingo card this year, to be honest. Awesome. I don't know if this is real or if they edited this into this, but they zoomed in on the book in his hands, and it is Basic Economics from Thomas Sowell. Based Mike. Let's go. Freddie can't read that book. Next. Is that a real coin? They probably have it. Nintendo prepped us for this. Mike Tyson punch out. Got him. It is pretty accurate. It's pretty accurate. Next. You know, if you guys didn't cheat last time around, you'd only have 2 months left of Trump right now. Psst. Psst. Did you guys know? You could have been done with Trump. What are you doing, Echo? Buddy, you okay? He's over here panting. It's getting hot in here. All right, next. Oh, I got to go quicker because we have a bunch of Bible stuff. Liberals. RFK is a crazy conspiracy theorist. Also liberals. Wow, 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 wow. That's crazy. Next. Get the jab or lose your job, Jack. Okay. We're going to make food healthier. No! Next. It looks like you're pregnant. I'm pregnant? No, but it looks like you are. Oh, man. Oh, man, that's not nice. Next. Inside me, there are two wolves. One is retarded, and so is the other. What the? Next. Oh, speaking of Jabba, I'm going to go to Canada. For real this time. Oompa, oompa, oompa. Next. Based AOC after deleting pronouns from her ex profile. Hey, let's go. Let's go see. That, dang. AOC could get it if she looking like that. AOC turning Amish out here farming in a dress. Based AOC. Next. Things are about to get mostly peaceful. Things are about to get mostly peaceful for January 6th. Next. Believe it or not, 2 of these beautiful young women were born male. Which ones do we think it is? We got some options here. Which ones do you think are male and which ones do you think are female? I don't know. It's a tough choice. Let's see. Beta. Let's see. There's a man, baby. Boing. Boing. There's a man, baby. We're doing our own sound effects. Jabba Goldberg. Supposedly AOC really did delete her pronouns from her bio. Yeah, this is Trump's America now. We can't be playing that mess. Next. The only man who beat 2 women without having to identify as one is Trump. Let's go. Smile if you voted for Trump. Not smiling. Not smiling. Waltz is not smiling. AOC's not smiling. Old Barry is not smiling. Biden seems incredibly happy. Why is Biden smiling so big? Smiling Biden. Based AOC ready for the Oregon Trail. Next. I love this one. This one's awesome. Dinosaurs make oil. Oil makes Legos. Legos make dinosaurs. That's crazy. It's so true. They've recreated the dinosaur. Now we can build more pyramids. Lego dinosaurs building Lego pyramids. Lego! Next. Freddie's going to like this one. Rome, 2,000 years ago. Africa, about an hour ago. It's the circle of life. That kid looks happy. He's got a nice little hut. They just figured out the spear 100 years ago. Next. Imagine breaking into a house only to get smoked by dick bullets. The Parabellum dick bullet. That would be funny. You just got graped by a hot dick slug. Next. Merry Christmas, Happy Schwanza, Happy Hanukkah. Next. Nobody, dads. Do you see 2 piers or a paradox? You guys see 2 piers or a paradox? I see a paradox. Next. Wah, 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 wah. Dad joke. Look at that Trump hairline. Look at that. Hey. This is the Democrats bar graph. Last time. This is Trump's. This is Trump's line this time. Look at that hairline. Look at that. No, he cannot, Dean. Unless we figure out some sort of loophole. I mean, I'm sure there's a way we can make it so that he never leaves office. It might take a little bit of mostly peaceful protesting. Next. If you're willing to shoot someone who's trying to steal your dog, it means you value your dog more than someone's life. Me. Looks like I value my dog more than someone's life. I got a fully automatic bazooka loaded with freaking penis bullets. Merry Christmas, Happy Swanza, Happy Hanukkah. Next. If white people are the problem, then why do leftists keep marrying them? Look at Kamala, married a white guy. Ilyana Omar. Well, first she married her brother. Then she married a white guy. Let's see. I don't know who these people are. Listen, this is the guy from Star Trek. He gay. He married a white guy. Don Lemon married a white guy. He got a husband. Lori Lightfoot married a white woman. This is Christy Teigen and John Legend married a white girl who likes to pretend she's black and try to look blacker. It's a lot of bronzer for people who make fun of Trump. You're wearing a lot of bronzer. You know? Next. Christian, keep your religion out of my public space. Liberal, rainbow flag. Wear it or you're fired. That makes sense. That makes sense, doesn't it? Crickets chirping. I can't do the cricket sound. Dick bullets for the win. Stop right there. If peer pressure worked on me, I'd have myocarditis. You can't peer pressure me. Doesn't work. Who are the murderers? Oh, Pfizer. They murdered a guy. Next. Why would you prioritize feeding your own children over my right to abort mine? Why would you prioritize feeding your own children over my right to abort mine? Blue-haired freak. Next. Kylie Jenner is the Ariel we all deserve. Bill Nye says there's already enough plastic in the ocean. There's whole islands of plastic. I don't know. I don't care. You know, there's probably a lot of filtering going on here, but I think, you know, Kylie Jenner kind of bad. She bad. I'm just saying. It might be fake, but whatever. And that's it for the memes. Okay. Do reels and rapid fire. Dang, how did I have so little news and I went for so long? I just talk too much. I think that's the problem. All right. We got a little bit of rapid fire news here. I really want to get into this Bible thumping segment. There's a lot of conundrums within the Jacob and Esau story. There's some things that I'm reading and I'm like, how do I, this is like, I don't get it. God, I got to pray for answers to this. You'll see what I'm talking about. But check this out. Bro, her titties fell right on his head. Let's watch that one more time. First off, why are you 50-50ing the escalator indoors? Do you know what happens if you fall on an escalator? You will get chewed to shreds. Secondly, you didn't land it. Thirdly, you got attacked by a giant set of titties on your dang head. Let's watch that one more time. Boom! Okay. Enough of that. What else we got? Oh, this is Quinn Dale. This is a stand-up comedian. He's really funny. Oh, man. Sometimes they don't want to play. Here we go. He said, I would never use the N-word. I think it's disgusting.
Disgusting and awful. I'm so against that word, I put up a huge sign in my front yard. No N-words. N-words are not welcome here.
Play it again. Come on, Facebook. Replay it. Anyway, he said, I don't use the N-word. I think the N-word is awful and disgusting. But
I would never use the N-word. I think it's disgusting and awful. I'm so against that word, I put up a huge sign in my front yard. No N-words. N-words are not welcome here.
Quindale, he's hilarious. I don't know if his full routine is good, but his shorts are awesome. What do we got on this one? They're all giving me problems. Facebook Shorts. Oh, check this out. Here's a deep one.
You are the first person in the world to break 2 world records.
Okay.
Then wouldn't that mean that you would have a 3rd world record? And be the first person to break 3 world records?
Wait, hold on.
And then wouldn't that mean that you'd have a 4th world record? And then be the first person to get 5 world records?
And then the 6th.
And then wouldn't that mean if you are the first person in the world to break 2 world records?
Okay.
Then wouldn't that mean that you would have a 3rd world record? And be the first person to break 3 world records?
Wait.
That's deep. That's a brain bender. You would have infinite world records. And then you'd be the first person in the world to have infinity world records. So you'd have another world record infinitely, because you can't add to infinity. That's deep. Next.
That depends. What are my options?
Yes or fucking no.
That'll be a yes. Yes, please.
Hey, baby, you want some dinner?
That depends. What are my options?
Yes or fucking no.
That'll be a yes. Yes, please.
Okay, one more. This is a feel-good one. Feel-good story right here. Check out this awesome dog.
From Pickerington, Ohio.
If not fucking around was a dog. This dog knew its job. It knew its mission. And it was ready to go. Check out this dog.
Frank from Pickerington, Ohio.
Hank wants to get the party started tonight.
That is it.
Yo, this dog seems like hyper and like it's not really being a good dog. It's jumping around and barking and stuff. Oh, get ready. This dog is about to show them the smoke. Ready?
Sit. Stay. Stay. Okay.
Boom!
Jennifer making sure Pink's in that
Watch this.
contact zone. Jennifer's up ahead right there.
Woo!
Look at Pink fly.
You can't stay ahead of Pink for too long.
Stay. Good job.
Boom.
Look
Boom.
at the extension, Pink.
Watch when it goes through the...
Just beautiful. Nice extension all the way around.
Let's go. Let's go. Watch this.
Just stay smooth and clean.
Phenomenal job. And Pink will win it.
Bro, that dog was badass. That dog was like, boom. Nice. All right. This is a fast dog. All right, let's do rapid fire news. Whoopi Goldberg. We got Whoopi in the news.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is...
So Whoopi Goldberg from Fox 13 Tampa Bay. Whoopi Goldberg claims bakery refused her service over her political views. She claimed on The View that a popular Staten Island bakery refused to serve her because of her political views. But the bakery owner denied the allegations. Goldberg and her co-host celebrated her 69th birthday, 69, shout out, with Charlotte Russe desserts, a nostalgic New York treat that Goldberg shared was her mother's favorite. Goldberg told the audience her birthday order had almost fallen through due to what she claimed was the bakery's objection to her left-wing political stance. Probably the bakery where they wouldn't make the gay cake. Despite the snub, Goldberg encouraged her audience and co-host Alyssa Farah Griffin, Joy Behar, and Sarah Houston to dig into the Charlotte Russe desserts. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they weren't too racist, or they weren't too against your political views for you to stuff your face on, Whoopi. Look at this.
This is Vito Fossella. I'm very lucky to be the borough president of Staten Island. And we're here to stand up for one of the best families and businesses, this not just Staten Island, but this country can appreciate. The Holterman family story, the Holterman bakery story, is an American story. This place has been here for 145.
This is 15 minutes long.
The Holterman family has committed their life.
Okay,
to
we're not watching this. It's rapid fire.
Staten Island, to this community.
We get the point. They didn't do anything to Whoopi. Whoopi's crazy. All right, here's another weird Sess Stuff story, kind of. So, from CNBC, you guys heard of the show Wicked? It's like a Wizard of Oz story. Mattel pulls thousands of Wicked dolls off the shelves after printing adult web address on the packaging. Mattel is pulling its Wicked branded fashion dolls from retail shelves. Packages of its Glinda and Elphaba and other characters' dolls have misprinted web address that leads to an adult website instead of Universal's movie site. Target, Walmart, and Amazon have removed the line of Wicked dolls from their online storefronts as of midday Monday, as has Best Buy, Barnes & Noble, and Macy's. So if you guys are, well, in my old degenerate days, I knew of this website called wicked.com. Don't go to it, guys. Don't go to it, ladies. Don't go to wicked.com. It's a porno site. And this children's doll, they printed the website. They're like, go find out at the movie at this website. And it was taking all these kids to the Wicked porn site. And so they had to recall the dolls. Update on this story. Well, this lady found one on the shelf and she went to buy it for her daughter. And when she tried to scan it, it wouldn't ring up. And it said not available. But they hadn't taken them off the shelves yet. But they wouldn't sell it to her. And then anyway, it says somewhere in here, I'm not going to read it, but I read it last night, that these dolls are now selling on eBay for hundreds of dollars. And I think they love to feed this stuff to children. I don't believe it was an accident. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but seems like some sort of evil, degenerate plot that they would do. Hey, wouldn't it be funny if we put the website for the Wicked porno site on the little girl's dolls? Yeah, that'd be funny. That's what I think. But I could be wrong. But I'm usually not. But now those dolls are selling for hundreds of dollars on eBay. So if I would have known about this, I would have just scooped them all up and gotten rich. It's all evil. Yeah, and what do you expect? Like the show is called, or the movie or show or whatever it is called Wicked. So I'm not surprised that they would do something wicked, like putting a porn site on a little kid's doll. So there was a rumor that, here's the next one. The Onion. Here's why I decided to buy InfoWars. So apparently there were reports that The Onion was trying to buy InfoWars. But The Onion is a satire parody website. And they offered a crazy low price. They offered $3.5 million to buy InfoWars. And Alex Jones said no, and then a judge shot it down. A judge blocked it. So the National Review says judge blocks the Onion bid for Alex Jones InfoWar to review bankruptcy option. A federal bankruptcy judge put the Onion's winning bid for Alex Jones InfoWars media platform. So they won the bid, but then the judge shut it down for a crazy low price. Like it was all done as a big troll, basically. I think the conclusion is that Alex Jones and the Onion, they were trolling, and they're like, hey, let's just buy it for crazy cheap. And then you won't make a lot of money off of it. And then we'll say, the family gets whatever InfoWars is worth. The family instead of getting $400 billion or $400 million, whatever crazy amount they won, they get like a percentage of 3.5 million. On pause to further review the bankruptcy auction process after Jones and his lawyers claimed the auction was improperly conducted. The satirical website announced Thursday it had purchased the conspiracy theory brand. The move was meant as a hilarious joke, said parent company Global Tetrahedron CEO Ben Collins. The Onion planned to launch the rebranded InfoWars in January, turning it into a parody of itself that mocks internet personalities like Alex Jones. Before the acquisition can move forward, Houston Judge Christopher Lopez ordered a court hearing for the next week to review how bankruptcy auction played out. Lopez said he had concerns about the auction process and its transparency. We're all going to an evidentiary hearing to figure out what happened. No one should feel comfortable with the results of this auction. So anyway, they're saying 1.5 million here. The other website I saw said that it was 3.5 million. The bid appeared to be a culmination of Jones's legal saga in which he filed bankruptcy in 2022 after he was handed $1.5 billion defamation verdict for making false claims about the victims of. It's crazy. Crazy. Anyway, so the Onion was going to buy it, but it's not happening. Interesting little story. Local news from the Salt Lake Tribune. This is interesting. Utah Senate leader hopes microreactors can help make the state one of the nuclear headquarters for the world. So here in Utah, we're setting up these micro nuclear reactors, and our senator wants to make Utah one of the nuclear headquarters of the world. So we are moving towards nuclear in America, especially under Trump's America. Utah's a red state, and we're going to see what happens. If it works out amazingly and we have cheaper energy, then let's freaking go. Stuart Adams is also the chair of the Military Installation Development Authority, or MIDA, which plans to develop National Guard armory sites around the state. Stuart Adams' dream to make Utah one of the nuclear headquarters of the world could put a small nuclear reactor in your community. Let's go. Let's go. We're all going to be the oblongs. I'm with it. I'm with it. Anyway, now let's do this story. So Stubborn One sent me a meme of this. I did not take the meme. I couldn't believe the meme. Well, it wasn't really a meme. It was a picture of a news headline. And I looked at it and I was like, this got to be fake. This cannot be real. So I Googled it. And it was a story from Independent. Independent can be somewhat biased sometimes. So I was like, let's see if there's other people reporting on this. And nothing's going to go wrong with it, Amanda. All that stuff about Chernobyl and nuclear reactors are going to explode and everything's going to be nuclear winter. That's all BS. That's not like Chernobyl is totally livable, but they still don't let people live there today. It's all over exaggerated. It's propaganda to make people afraid of nuclear energy so they can push climate change narratives, and Paris Climate Accords and energy restrictions and carbon taxes and things like that. Nuclear energy is very safe, and it's the most efficient, and it's the cleanest. So there's no reason we shouldn't be using more of it. So anyway, this story, I Googled it, and there's a lot of media outlets are reporting on it. We're going to read News Channel 8 from NBC on your side. This is a true story. This is crazy. From Fort Lauderdale, Florida, one cruise line is offering travelers a customized journey for up to 4 years to skip forward in the wake of the recent presidential election. Villa V Residences, a residential cruising line, launched its Tour La Vie program with 4 different options to choose from on the Odyssey. Their unique approach allows residents to join at any port during the global adventures for up to 4 years, all for less than $40,000 per year. Which is actually a really good deal. You get to, so basically, you could go on a cruise ship. If you're really mad about Trump being president, you can go on a cruise ship for $40,000 a year. So $160,000. You can leave America for 4 years and you can live on a cruise ship, and you get to go to 425 ports across 140 countries, which getting to see the world and getting to go to all those countries sounds awesome. And the price really isn't that bad. You know, that's $40,000. That's like $3,000 a month. Some people in California pay that in rent every month. So really not that bad. But the problem is, if you've ever been on a cruise ship is fun for like 4 days tops, maybe 5 days, a week. Let's say a week tops. You don't want to be on a cruise ship for more than a week because it's so overindulgent. Like you're going to get fat, you gain weight on a cruise because there's food everywhere and it's all you can eat buffets everywhere, and just limitless ice cream and limitless pizza, limitless junk food, everything. Decadent dinners, you know, the gym is like a tiny little room with like a couple little machines. Everybody's getting fat on the cruise. Everybody's gambling. Just overindulgent stuff. Never been on a cruise before. I think it's the funnest thing in the world. It's my favorite thing I ever did. I've been on 2 cruises. I think it's the funnest thing you can do. But only for like a week tops. After a week, I would be like, this is a little, we're going overboard, pun intended. We're going a little overboard on this one. You're on a cruise for a month. You're on a cruise for 6 months. A cruise for a year. A cruise for 4 years. Come on now. I guarantee everybody getting off that boat at the end weighs 400 pounds. But that's so crazy. A 4-year cruise to escape Trump's America. All right, let's end rapid fire news. We're going to do a new segment called The Far Right Watch. Where do you get to travel to? It says 140 countries. 140 different countries across. I think you go all over the world. Far Right Watch. So from ABC News, mass group marches through Ohio neighborhood with swastika flags. Let's just watch this video.
Demonstration by neo-Nazis over the weekend in Columbus, Ohio. The armed group marched carrying flags with swastikas on them. Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas has the story. Good morning, Pierre.
George, good morning. The hate was right out in the open. So brazen, Ohio's governor felt compelled to respond.
This morning, new surveillance footage of an armed group of men carrying flags emblazoned with swastikas marching through the streets of Columbus, Ohio. The troubling incident happening Saturday afternoon.
Now, how much you guys want to bet this is a false flag? Pun intended again. Ooh, I'm hitting them tonight. I'm hitting them. I'll bet you it's going to come out. Maybe it won't come out, but I would bet this is some Antifa nonsense. This is, when Trump was president and there was the Jesse Smollett's, all the fake hate crimes, the fake nooses being put up, the Bubba guy in NASCAR that put up the fake news. There were like swastikas and stuff being painted on college campuses, but then they would find out that it was like an Antifa member doing it just to make the right wing look bad. I would bet you these guys are not actually neo-Nazis, and they're actually crazy lefties who want to make the right look evil. And also, like, they're saying that, like, this is illegal. But hate speech is not recognized as a thing in America, and we have free speech. Why would you not be allowed to march through the streets with whatever flag you want? If you're allowed to put rainbow flags and trans flags at the government buildings and in schools with little kids, I mean, shouldn't you be allowed to do this? I guess maybe they label it as like a terrorist group and that's why you're not allowed, but I'm not saying I'm a fan of it, but I'm saying if they didn't do anything violent, if they didn't actually hurt anybody, what's legally what's wrong with this? But I don't even think they're actual neo-Nazis. I think that they're that it's fake. It's done to make the right look like crazy people.
Each person dressed head to toe in all black, masks concealing their faces. They shouted vile and racist speech against Jews and people of color. Ohio's governor denouncing the neo-Nazis, writing, "There is no place in this state for hate, bigotry, anti-Semitism, or violence." Hate crimes have been on the rise for the past several years, according to data from the FBI.
Hate crime. All crimes are hate crimes. What is it? What does this imply? That some crimes are love crimes, guys. But if you do it to somebody who's of another race, now it's a hate crime. But if you murder somebody who's your race and your religion, it's a love crime. It's a love murder.
The Anti-Defamation League also notes a stunning increase in acts of anti-Semitism, with incidents doubling last year compared.
Yeah, and who's leading that? Sure, there's been small groups of alt-right guys that don't like the Jews, but as of late, the anti-Israel, pro-Palestine protesters, who are they? They're lefty college students.
Compared to 2022. Overnight, African-American community leaders in Columbus taking to the same streets in a peaceful counter-protest.
Today, it sends a clear message.
And what does black people have to do with neo-Nazis? Yeah, sure, Hitler killed some black people, but the majority of people he killed were Jewish. And these neo-Nazis were outside of a Jewish gathering thing. So why are the blacks getting involved? What do they have to do with this situation? It's just a show of force. Just be like, these are our streets. Gangsta, gangsta. There's about to be a gang war. The neo-Nazis they hate the Jews, you know? They maybe also hate the blacks, but but they were there to yell at the Jewish people.
Message that this cannot happen in our city, in this state, nor in this nation. We're not going to be repelled. We're not going to be moved back.
Just a week ago in Michigan, another group carrying Nazi flags outside a theater production of The Diary of Anne Frank.
Those look like American flags, but I can't really, they're blurred, but.
We asked both President Biden and President-elect Trump about the Ohio incident. Biden responded denouncing the incident. We're waiting a response from Trump. Because
oh, I'm sure Trump's going to come out and say, I love them. Great job, guys. What do you think he's going to say? He's denounced white supremacy like 300 times. They were yelling racial slurs at the blacks, too. Oh, all right.
Because there was no violence in Columbus and apparently no direct threat of violence, no arrests were made. The First Amendment allows for all kinds of free speech, including speech dripping with hate. Robin?
All right, PR, thanks.
Including speech dripping with hate. It's just a way to get rid of the First Amendment. Now,
oh my God, what are you doing?
We got more far-right watch. Earlier this week, Nick Fuentes went viral. So Fuentes once Trump got elected, Fuentes went on Twitter or X and he made a post. He said something. What did he say? He said, instead of my body, my choice, he said, your body, my choice forever. And it went viral. Lefties were losing their minds. And he got doxxed. They doxxed his address. And this crazy liberal lady shows up at his house. Now, backstory to this, it's alleged that she was driving up and down the road and kind of walking around the property and looking at the house for a while. It's not like she just pulled up, parked, and walked to his front door, but she was scoping out the house. Other drivers were driving by, and she was like, "Hey, is that where Nick Fuentes lives?" And they're like, "Yeah, go knock on his door, see what happens." And so Marla Rose is her name. So she's like going up and down the street. His house has been doxxed. She's showing up at his house that has been doxxed on the internet. And she decides to go up and ring his doorbell. And this is how Nick reacts.
Hi. Oh my God, what are you doing?
Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here. He opened the door, pepper spray in hand, pepper sprays her and shoves her to the ground, and then takes her phone.
Hi. Oh my God, what are you doing?
Get the fuck out of here.
It must have been weak pepper spray because she didn't start screaming. Let's go. So now Fuentes has gone more viral. Far-right influencer Nick Fuentes accused of spraying, pushing Berwyn woman down the stairs. Well, guess what? Now, I don't know. This is in Illinois. I don't know if they have castle doctrine there, but if your address has been doxxed on the internet, and then this freak is outside your house, driving up and down the road and basically stalking you, walks up on your front porch, and rings your doorbell, have a gun ready at all times. Tommy says, yeah, see? It's fake if you... Well, nobody asked you, Freddie. Nobody asked you. I'm sure the charges that she pressed on him were fake too. And I'm sure the cops showing up at his house and giving a big speech in front of his house about how he won't be charged and he didn't commit a crime. I'm sure that was all fake, Freddie. This is why nobody asks you for your opinion. 57-year-old writer and co-founder of vegan lifestyle website captured the Sunday image with this video on her phone. Episode comes after Fuentes' address was leaked online after he posted on X, "Your body, my choice forever." Fuentes, a white supremacist, which he's denied multiple times, and a Holocaust questioner who has praised Adolf Hitler, is a Lyons Township High School graduate. He drew national headlines in 2022 after he dined at Mar-a-Lago with Trump, though the relationship has frayed. Rose said she had heard of Fuentes but knew little about him until the post went viral. Bullshit. After his address leaked, she saw that he lived just about 10 minutes away from her. So she decided to go to his house and ring his doorbell. And she got pepper sprayed. She pressed charges. Cops showed up, did an interview, and they said charges aren't going to stick. He's not being charged with anything. They got her phone back and returned it to her, though. And that's how the video was posted. So, let's go. That's a dub, boys. Nice. All right, guys. That's it for all the news. No, she doesn't have a lawsuit. She already tried to do a lawsuit. See, you don't know what you're talking about. Ever. You never know what you're talking about, Freddie. You just speak out of your ass. You don't know anything about what you're talking about. I just read part of the article to you. Go read the articles. She doesn't have a lawsuit. She tried. It failed. She's already tried. There's no lawsuit. No charges. Nope. You don't get to... It's illegal to dox people on the internet. You don't get to dox people's address on the internet and then show up at their house after being a weirdo stalker. You don't get to do that and just get away with it. Anyway, I don't even know why I respond to this guy. He never knows what he's talking about anything. All right. Now, it's time. It's the return of Bible thumping. Right, no lawsuit, bro. No grounds. See, Tommy knows more than Freddie does. If it was Tommy, she would have caught more than some pepper spray. Tommy would have stepped outside with his Tommy gun. All right, guys. It's been a while. It's been a while since we had a big Bible thumping segment, so we're about to get into it. Let me open up these articles. I got a bunch of... So mainly we're going to be focusing on the story of Jacob and Esau and some of the conundrums in it, some of the ideas that we kind of got to wrestle with, and we've kind of, it's kind of a thing we can't know. We can speculate, but we can't really know why God did it this way. But I'm going to try not to delve into a huge thing about free will, but this does say something about free will. And I'd be interested in any Christians who believe in free will to explain how they reason this out. I don't have a problem with this with this part that we're going to talk about, but it says a little bit about the illusion of free will, and I don't know why Christians believe it. But we're going to talk about Jacob and Esau, two brothers. And then we'll have a little bit of a bonus. We'll talk about Jacob's ladder and Jacob wrestling with God or an angel. And we'll talk about, that's kind of a question there. We'll get to all that. But we're going to start off in Genesis 25. The latter half of Genesis 25 is when we get into the story of the beginning of Jacob and Esau. So it leads up with the lineage. We start with the lineage of Jacob and Esau. So Abraham and Sarah give birth to Isaac. And Isaac is the son that God told Abraham to take him up and basically sacrifice him on the altar. And Abraham took Isaac up, and at the last second, God said, no. You don't have to do it. You okay? You feeling sick? You feeling sick, bud? You okay? Here, I'm gonna let him out of the room real quick before we get it digging into this. Please don't make another mess, Echo. Just give me like 40 minutes, Echo, and then we'll go for a walk. I took him out before the show, but he's got a tummy ache, so. All right, guys. Now remember, before we start digging into this, the goal for the night is $50. Hit up the super chats. Hit up the Cashapp. Let's go. All right. So, Abraham and Sarah begat Isaac. Isaac and Rebekah begat Jacob and Esau. And just like Sarah, Rebekah was barren. And they prayed for a child. Unlike Abraham, Isaac did not go and try to find another woman to make a baby with. Isaac had faith in God, and he knew that when the time came, it would come. And it took like 20 years. I think it was 40 years old to 60 years old. It took 20 years, but finally Rebekah conceived. And so that's about where we'll start. So Genesis 25:19 And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. And Abraham begat Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife the daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padan Aram, the sister of Laban the Syrian. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife, because she was barren. And the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. And the children struggled together within her, and she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord. So the Lord, God actually never spoke to Isaac, but he did speak to Rebekah. So Rebekah goes, and God speaks to her, and there's, she's pregnant, right? And there's like turmoil, there's like kicking and moving around constantly, and it's painful to her in her stomach. She goes and asks God, why is it like this? And this is God's answer. And this is the part that if you've ever questioned free will, this should make you question it right here. The children struggled together within her, and she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord. Verse 23. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elders shall serve the younger. So God tells her, you have twins. You have twins who are both going to come to rule over 2 separate groups of people. And the older one, the one who's born first, is going to end up serving the younger one. So God already knows everything that's going to happen in their lives. He already knows how the story's going to end. He already knows what's going to happen, which should make you question, what is there? Is there some like multiverse? Is there some possible world where Esau doesn't sell his birthright for a bowl of soup? If you don't know the story, we're about to get into that. But basically, that's the plot of the story. Is 2 brothers are in the womb. They each represent a different group of people that are going to war for the rest of history, right? And all of this was known by God beforehand, and there's no way it could have been any other way, right? So, and when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. That's a bit of a joke in the Bible. It's a bit of a funny, because Esau means hairy boy. Esau translates to hairy boy. And Esau came out with red fur all over him. He's hairy. It was weird. Hold on. Let me Google something real quick that I forgot to look up. Now, if you think a baby being born covered in hair, that's not possible. That sounds made up. That doesn't sound like a real thing. Take a look at these pictures. So, it's actually very common for babies to be born with very fine hair called lagua, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this right here. See how this baby has hair on it? Or this? This is actually a thing that happens. Some babies are born covered in hair. This baby, it's blonde. This baby, it's black. So it's not impossible to imagine that a baby could be born hairy. So just in case you thought that couldn't happen, it can happen, and it does happen. It is a real thing. So this is Esau, which translates to hairy boy. They named him Hairy Boy. Okay, so Esau came out first. Esau was the older twin, right? So Esau gets the birthright of Abraham. All right, and then after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold of Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob. And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them. 80 is... Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them. Wait a second. 80. How long is a score? How long is a score? I think 60. I think a score is 20 years. Yep, score is 20 years. So they met when Isaac was 40. And then when Isaac was 60, she gave birth to Esau and Jacob. Now, the interesting thing is Jacob was grabbing onto Esau's heel. When she gives birth to Esau, pulls him out, he's covered in hair. They name him Esau, hairy boy. Jacob comes out holding on to the heel of Esau. Now, while they were in the womb, they were constantly kicking. They were fighting in the womb. They were fighting before they were even born. They were fighting in the womb. And they're still fighting to this day. We'll get into that. But they were fighting in the womb before they were even born. And when Jacob comes out holding onto the heel, this is where we get the term heel catcher. A heel catcher is someone who is a swindler, sneaky, or deceptive, is a heel catcher. Jacob was the heel catcher to Esau. And as we're going to see, this is how we get the word heel catcher, because Jacob was deceptive, a swindler, and he was sneaky. Jacob later becomes Israel, and Jacob, his name, they change his name. They call him Israel. They call Esau Edom, and they call Jacob Israel. And then Jacob comes to be the father of the nation of Israel. Isn't it interesting? The heel catcher, the sneaky, the swindler, the deceiver is the father of Israel, is Israel. Okay? Metaphorically, Jacob represents Israel as a whole. Just an interesting little thing to note. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents. And this is one of the conundrums that we're going to see, is that Esau is actually like the alpha male. Esau is a hunter. He goes out in the woods. He hunts. His father loves him more, right? Isaac loves Esau more because Esau is the older. He's the more masculine. He's the more powerful. Whereas Jacob is quiet. He's reserved. And the mother, Rebecca, loves Isaac more than she loves Esau. And we're going to see Rebecca helping Isaac to swindle Esau out of his birthright from being the older brother here in a moment. But it's just, it's weird. This is the conundrum I have, is that the more feminine, kind of weaker, feminine mama's boy is the chosen one to lead God's people. And that's like one of the main conundrums to me. The whole thing with God telling Rebecca everything that was going to happen before it happens, and it ends up happening, should be a conundrum for anybody who is a Christian who believes in free will. It doesn't make any sense. I don't care what you say. I don't care what big philosophical words you use or how convoluted you make your explanation of why it is. It's very simple when you understand that it's just not a thing. It's not an illusion. It's an illusion of an illusion. It's not even something to be believed in, because it just doesn't exist. It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, the conundrum for me is the fact that God's chosen people were led by the weaker, reserved, deceptive mama's boy. Whereas the alpha male becomes the father of the nation of basically the enemies of God. They're calling him Sneaky Jacob. Yep, exactly. So, and the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter and a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents. And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison, and Rebekah loved Jacob. So Jacob's the mama's boy. The dad loves Esau. Isaac loves eating meat. Esau's a hunter. Esau's going out there getting the meat, bringing it home for the family, right? And Jacob sawed pottage. So Jacob would just sit at home and make stews out of the meat that Isaac would bring home, right? Sod pottage means making soup, basically. And Jacob sawed pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. So Esau's been out there for days. He hasn't eaten. He needs food. He's near death, right? And Esau said to Jacob, "Feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint." Therefore was his name called Edom. And Jacob said, "Sell me this day thy birthright." So Esau comes in, he's dying of hunger. He says, "Please give me some of that soup." To his brother, who doesn't do anything but sit at home and make the soup while he goes out and hunts. He says to his brother, "Please just give me a bowl of that soup. I'm starving. I need it. I'm weak." And Jacob says, "I'll give you some soup if you sell me your birthright," because Esau, or Edom, is the older brother. He gets all the riches from his father. He gets the land, the farm animals, the money, everything. That's his birthright as the older son. You know, he's the prince of the kingdom, basically. But Jacob says, "Sell me your birthright if you want a bowl of soup." And Esau's dying. And Esau said, "Behold, I am at the point to die. And what profit shall this birthright do to me?" And Jacob said, "Swear to me this day." And he sware unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. Despised not meaning hated, but he gave it up. Esau gave up his birthright for a bowl of soup. Now, people have inquired over or speculated over why Esau would do this. It could be as simple as he was really on the verge of death, and at that point he wasn't thinking clearly, and he was so hungry that it didn't matter what Jacob said. He would be like, "Yes, yes, yes, give me the soup." Some people have also speculated that it's possible Esau didn't care about the birthright. Like Esau's like, "Yeah, I don't really care. You know, I just care about going out on the land." And he's like a minimalist. He just likes to go out with his tent and go hunting and nature and wildlife. And he doesn't care about the riches. He doesn't care about the farm. He wants to be out there in the world hunting. So he didn't really care about the birthright. So he's like, "Whatever, Jacob, take the birthright. Just give me that freaking soup." Another speculation is that Esau was kind of dumb and he didn't really understand what he was doing. He didn't understand the implications that giving up his birthright meant you lose all of this. All of this is yours. And he's too dumb, and he's like, "I just want some soup. Give me some soup. Okay, have my birthright. What's that mean to me?" So those are all possible options for why Esau sold his birthright. We don't really know. But it says he despises birthright, and it does say that he was dying. So the most likely one is the first one, is that he was starving to death and he was about to die. And Jacob was a little butthead. And Jacob said, "Oh, you're really that hungry? Well, if you want this soup, sell me your birthright." And he's so hungry, he's not thinking clearly. He just said, "Yes, yes, give me the soup." So that's the most likely explanation, I think, based off the text. So that's the beginning of the story, right? That's Esau selling his birthright. And now you may think that's enough right there, but no, it gets worse. It gets worse. Rebekah and Rebecca and Jacob actually work together to lie to Isaac when he's on his deathbed. So at this point, Isaac is blind. Isaac is dying. Isaac is on his deathbed. And before he dies, you know, it's still up to him whose birthright it is, right? It's not just because, you know, Jacob took his birthright from him for a bowl of soup. Isaac doesn't have to honor that. Isaac's the father. He decides, right? So, but if Esau sells his birthright and Isaac blesses Jacob with the birthright, it's kind of undeniable that Jacob earns the birthright. So, Rebecca and Jacob devise a plan to trick Isaac while he's on his deathbed and he's blind into giving his blessing to Jacob instead of Esau. Which, this is another conundrum to me, that this is crazy that the whole nation of Israel was built on a lie. It was built on deception. It actually didn't belong to them. It belonged to Esau or Edom or the Edomites, which would be modern day Palestine. It's interesting, but God knew that wasn't the way it would work out. That's not the way God wanted it to happen. So that's not the way it happened. There is no other way it could have happened. There's really no use in questioning it because there is no free will. If God says this is going to happen, this is going to happen. There is no way that Jacob said, no, I don't want to deceive my father. I don't want to do that. There's no world where Rebecca was like, let's not do this. Let's not do this. No, this was the only way it could have happened. And this is the way God said it would happen. And this is the way it happened. So listen to this story. We're going to learn about how Israel was built. The chosen one was chosen. That Israel was built off of a lie. This story makes me sad. Yeah, this part is messed up. Okay. So chapter 27. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old, we're going to read for a minute here, but I'll stop and comment every now and then. And it came to pass when Isaac was old and his eyes were dim so that he could not see, he called Esau, his eldest son, and said unto him, my son. And he said unto him, behold, here I am. And he said, behold, now I am old. I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray thee, my weapons, thy quiver and thy bow, and go out to the field and take me some venison, and make me savory meat such as I love, and bring it to me that I may eat, that my soul may be blessed thee before I die. So Isaac is saying, Esau, I love you. You're my favorite. Can you just go one last time and get me some meat? I love your venison. Go get me some meat. And Rebekah heard when Isaac spoke to Esau his son, and Esau went to the field to hunt for venison and to bring it. And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, bring me venison and make me savory meat, that I may eat and bless thee before the Lord before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command thee. Now, here's an interesting thought. Maybe Rebekah deceived Isaac because God told her that Jacob would be the leader. So maybe since God said the older shall serve the younger, these are two nations warring in your womb, and the older shall serve the younger. Maybe Rebekah does this trick on Isaac because she knows that's the way God wants it. Because God told her that's the way it's going to happen. So maybe Rebekah's like, I can't let Isaac bless Esau because that's not the way God told me it had to be. So I have to lie to Isaac in order to make sure that God's plan comes to fruition. So in that sense, Rebekah had no choice but to lie to Isaac because she had to make sure that Jacob got the blessing instead of Esau. So that's an interesting thought. That kind of maybe excuses Rebecca's actions here as not so evil, but maybe more she knew it had to be done because she knew that Jacob had to be the leader. Thank you, Amanda. So now, therefore, my son, wait, where were we? And Rebekah spake unto Jacob her son, saying, Behold, I heard thy father speak unto Esau thy brother, saying, Bring me venison and make my savory meat, that I may eat and bless thee before the Lord before my death. Now, therefore, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command thee. Go now to the flock and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for thy father, such as he loveth. And thou shalt bring it to thy father, that he may eat, and that he may bless thee before his death. And Jacob said to Rebekah, his mother, Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. So even in old age, Esau is rugged. Esau is hairy. He's got thick hair all over his body. He probably smells bad. He stinks. You know, he spends weeks out in the wilderness hunting. He smells bad. He's covered in fur. Isaac is blind, but Isaac can feel stuff. And so if Isaac touches Jacob, he's going to know, you're not Esau. You're Jacob. You have smooth skin. I can feel it. You got dainty little smooth skin like a little girl. Okay. Esau, my brother's a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father, peradventure, will feel me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me and not a blessing. And his mother said unto him, Upon be thy curse, my son, only obey my words, and go fetch me them. And he went and fetched and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rebekah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob, her younger son. Took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands and upon the smooth of his neck. So the goats that they killed, she took the skin and the fur of the goats. And so Isaac puts on a robe, but his neck is exposed and his hands are exposed, because when Jacob goes to Isaac's bed and says, Father, here's your meat, and Isaac goes to give the blessing, he's probably going to touch his hand. He might touch his neck, right? And if he feels smoothness, he's going to know it's Jacob. So they put goat skin on Jacob's hands and on his neck, the exposed skin, and they make the stew, and they're about to go lie to Isaac to steal the blessing. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat and the bread which she had prepared into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came unto his father and said, My father. And he said, Here I am. Who art thou, my son? And Jacob said unto his father, I am Esau, thy firstborn. I have done according as thou badest me. Arise, I pray thee, sit and eat of my venison, that thy soul may be blessed, or that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac said unto his son, How is it that thou hast found it so quickly, my son? I just told you to go hunt me some venison. How did you get it so fast? That was crazy. You were only gone for like 20 minutes. It should have taken much longer. How'd you get it so quickly, my son? And he said, Because the Lord thy God brought it to me. And Isaac said unto Jacob, Come near, I pray thee, that I may feel thee, my son, whether thou be my very son Esau or not. So even Isaac knows, like, hold on a second, there's something fishy here. Let me touch your hand and make sure that you're Esau. So I'm guessing their voices are very similar. Or maybe Isaac's hearing is going bad. Isaac's very old. He can't see. He can't hear very well. And they sound pretty similar to each other because they are twins, remember? So it would make sense that they sound pretty similar to each other. Like the Hodge twins, you really can't tell their voices apart if you don't know them very well, and then if you add to that he's really old, he needs to feel his skin. He needs to feel if he's hairy. So I need to whether thou be my very son Esau or not. Verse 22. And Jacob went near unto Isaac his father, and he felt him and said, the voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. So even Isaac catches that the voice is slightly off. Like, you sound kind of like Jacob, but I feel the fur, and you brought me the meat. I know Jacob's weak butt can't hunt nothing. He's not out there hunting anything. So I guess it is Esau. Maybe I'm just getting a little old and loopy, is what Isaac's thinking. And he discerns him not, because his hands were hairy, and his brother Esau's hands so. As his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. And he said, art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said unto him, come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his raiment. So the raiment is the raiment of Esau. Let me look up what this means, because I didn't look this up. But basically, they made him smell like Esau, because Esau stinks. Raiment is clothing. Okay, so Esau, okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so the robe, not only is he wearing fake fur, and he's got fake meat from the freaking goats, it's not even venison, but also he's wearing Esau's robe so that he smells, because Esau kind of stinks. You know, we don't have showers. We don't have running water back then. We don't have Dove bar soap. We don't have, deodorant and cologne. So Esau is stinky. So Jacob is wearing Esau's robe also, so that when he leans close, Isaac smells Esau. So he smells Esau. He feels Esau. Their voices are similar. He catches the voice difference, but it's not enough with all of the other evidence. He's like, okay, I guess this is Esau. And his father Isaac said unto him, come near and kiss me. And he came near and he kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his raiment and blessed him and said, see, the smell of my son is as the smell of the field, which the Lord had blessed. So Esau smells like an outdoorsman's, and Jacob is wearing Esau's clothing. Therefore God give thee of the dew of heaven and the fairness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be everyone that curseth thee, and blessed be that blesseth thee. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out of the presence of Isaac, his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it into his father, and said unto his father, let my father arise and eat of his son's venison, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac his father said unto him, who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, who? Where is he that hath taken venison and brought it to me? And I have eaten of all before thou camest, and have blessed him, and he shall be blessed. So this is like a serious thing. Like, you can't take back the blessing. It's almost like a metaphysical blessing. It's like, once I said the blessing, once I said those words, he is now blessed, and I can't take it back now. And Isaac is trembling, saying, oh no, I just blessed the wrong son. But it's too late now. And he shall be blessed. When Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, thy brother came with subtlety, and hath taken away thy blessing. And he said, is not he rightly named Jacob? For he hath supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he hath taken away my blessing. And he said, hast thou not reserved a blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, behold, I have made him thy lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants. And with corn and with wine I have sustained him. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son? And Esau said unto his father, Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me, also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt thou serve thy brother. You're going to live by the sword, and you're going to serve your brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. And Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart, The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then I will slay my brother Jacob. And thus begins the eternal conflict between the Edomites and the Israelites. And some people, I mean, it's not really speculation, it's kind of obvious. This is Israel and Palestine. This is the Muslims and the Jews. This is every nation versus Israel. This is a story, an archetypal story that reverberates throughout all of history. This is why when Palestine and Israel get in a war, I don't really care. I'm not like, oh no, they're fighting a war. We need to stop the war. Bro, they've been fighting this war for multiple millennia. For 3,000 years, for 4,000 years, they've been fighting this war. They're never going to stop. It's never going to end. Actually, it might end. It will end. When there's peace between the Edomites and the Israelites, that means the end times are here. That means the world's over. Which is why actually Trump bringing peace to the Middle East is kind of a dangerous precedent to set, because that's a sign of the end times. There's not supposed to be peace between them. It's a curse. It's a curse from a stolen blessing. Like, they're always going to war. And nothing's ever going to change that. Except for when it's time for the world to end. We have a little more on Jacob and Esau, and then we'll do some bonus stories. Let's see if I got all my notes here. I covered all my notes. We're going to jump to 33. And then I think, okay, 33. Yeah, we're going to jump ahead to 33. We're going to finish Jacob and Esau, and then we're going to go back a little bit, and we're going to talk about a few small bonus stories. Jacob's ladder and Jacob fights God. So she had low faith in God and instead took it upon herself to force it to happen. She followed her daddy Satan. Beta! Yep. That's crazy. All right. So chapter 33. I'm just going to read through this whole chapter, but this is like, so we gave you the beginning, we gave you the middle, and now this is like the conclusion of Jacob and Esau. Chapter 33. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children of Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the two handmaids. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. And he passed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. So that even though they're warring, even though they hate each other, they still love each other, because they're still brothers. And he lifted up his eyes and saw the women and the children. And this is also kind of the story of how one day Israel and Edom, or the Edomites, Israelites and the Edomites, Israel and Edom, Jacob and Esau, they will reunite. They will have peace one day. They will come together as brothers and hug each other and kiss. But when that happens, that means Christ is back. That means the second coming is here. That means every knee will bow and every mouth will confess, and there will be no more no more war after that, because ain't gonna be no more after that. you know. And Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and fell on his neck and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted up his eyes and saw the women and the children and said, Who are those with thee? And he said, Those children which God hath graciously given thy servant. Then the handmaids came near. Also, Jacob had 2 wives and 2 concubines. So more polygamy. Doesn't mean it's condoned. They had to populate the world with Israelites. How are you going to do it if there's only like a handful of us? We got to get it done. Later on, this is Genesis, remember. This is pre-law. And before God gives the law, the world was a crazy place. There was a lot of evil. Evil ran rampant. And so all these guys practicing polygamy, it's still wrong before the law. But after the law, it's still wrong too. But later in Deuteronomy, they do say you shouldn't take more than one wife. And then everybody who takes more than one wife after that point is cursed because of it. All will know the power of his name. Yep. Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. And he said, What meanest thou by all this drove which I met? And he said, These are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast to thyself. And Jacob said, Nay, I pray thee, if now I have found grace in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen thy face, as though I have seen the face of God, and thou wast pleased with me. Take, I pray thee, my blessing that is brought to thee, because God hath dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. And he said, Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before thee. And he said unto him, My Lord knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds are young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Let my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goeth before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my Lord unto Seir. And Esau said, Let me now leave with thee some of the folk that are with me. And he said, What needeth it? Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord. So Esau returned that day on his way unto Seir, and Jacob journeyed to Succoth and built him a house and made boots for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Succoth. And Jacob came to Shalem, a city of Shachem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padanaram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he brought a parcel to the field where he had spread his tent, and his hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected it there an altar, and he called it Eliolohi Israel. Eliolohi Israel. So that's just the end of the story. Just they do come together eventually, and it's kind of more of a prophecy about how one day, Israel will join back with the world. And even though the world hates them for what they've done, being deceptive and sneaky, one day we will come together and we'll all hug and it'll be happy. Orthodox people may hate this and they may make fun of me for this. It's called dispensationalism. It's the idea that Jews, Muslims, and Christians are all of the same God. We're all of Abraham. The Muslims come from the Edomites, come from Esau, and all the other tribes, and the Christians come from the Jews. They just believe in Christ as the Messiah, and it's prophesied that the Jews would for the most part reject the Messiah, but in Christ there is no Jew and there is no Gentile. And
And the Edomites and the Israelites are brothers. So when people, the idea that there should be none of these 114,000 denominations, the wars between the Muslims and the Jews and the Christians and these arguments and these things, like, it's pointless. We're all sons of Abraham. We're all of the God of Abraham. Now, our doctrines, some people may have went astray with their doctrines. Some people may have believed in false prophets. This is all prophesized. It's prophesized that wolves in sheep clothing are going to come and deceive you, and you're going to believe. But you still believe in the same God. You just believed in a false prophet who changed God a little bit, and you believed into it. And then through generations and generations, it's passed down and it's taught to us by church fathers and leaders and things like this. And I don't mean like Catholic church fathers or Orthodox church fathers or Muslim church fathers. I mean all of the leaders of the church. Throughout history, deceptions have crept their way in. The serpent has whispered lies into the church, into the Muslim church, into false prophets' ears, cult leaders, all these things. These people are seeking, and Satan wants to lead us astray. But really, we're all brothers. Like, it sounds kind of, woosah, like, it sounds kind of weird, but in the end, we are all gonna be together. Like, and whatever, make fun. I'm sure the Orthodox bros, the Ortho bros, will make fun of it. That's dispensationalism. We can't ever have peace with them. Whatever. Well, then we're not reading the same Bible. Whatever. We're all God's children that Satan has taught to hate each other. Exactly, B-Wise. Exactly. Now, there's some people some people are children of Satan, and they've been given over to a reprobate mind, and they are not our brothers. They're not going to make it. Like, and even maybe some Christian denominations, and even Echo. No, go out there. Echo. Oh my God. He freaking threw up on the carpet. You got to do that out there, bud. At least it's not bad. It's not chunky. It's just, buddy, I'm about to take you out in a few minutes. Why are you so sick? What did you eat? Did you go in the trash can or something? What'd you do? Buddy. You okay? I know, I'm about to take you out, but we're almost done. Poor Echo. I know, he just threw up on my carpet. But so that's my thoughts on it. Like, I remember John, I don't know if Mosman's still in here, but he got kind of mad at me one time because I said, if you're Jewish, like, because people say Christianity started, some people say Christianity, the first Christian church is the Catholic Church is the first Christian church. Well, that's not true. The first Christian church would be the day of Pentecost, which was like 50 AD. But technically, if the Jews, where's my phone? My phone is ringing. Echo, get. I think it's in the bathroom. Everything's going wrong right now, guys. Sorry. Hold on one second. Anyway, what I was about to say is And John did not like this. I know a lot of Christians don't like this when I say it, but then you want to talk about logic, but then you can't think logically. Listen to this. If you're Jewish, right, and Jesus hasn't come yet, so you're alive in, like, you're born in like 20 BC, 20 years before Christ comes, you're born. And for those 20 years, you're a good Jewish person. You're a Jew, you know, and you studied the scripture and you see all these prophecies of Jesus, of the Messiah coming, right? Well, and then you die, and then Jesus comes, and then Jesus goes down. You are technically a Christian. You're a follower of Christ because you never denied Christ. Now, if you're born in 20 BC and you don't die and you see Jesus come and you see the prophecies fulfilled with your own eyes and you deny Christ, well, you're not a Christian because you're denying Christ. And you saw him. Like, blessed are those who see me and believe, but even more blessed are those who don't see and believe. Well, if you're Jewish and then Christ comes and you're watching the prophecy being fulfilled and you're still denying him, you're not a Christian. But if you're Jewish and you never get to see Christ come, all the Jews who believed in the Messiah coming were still technically Christians, because if Judaism is prophesizing about the Messiah coming, the Savior, the Lord and Savior, do you want me to say it this way? God in the flesh, God incarnate is coming to save us. If you're Jewish and you believe that, you are a follower of Christ. Christian means follower of Christ. So if you're Jewish and you believe the Messiah is coming and he is going to be God in the flesh and you're going to follow him, you are a Christian. How is that not logical? Premise one, Jews believe the Messiah will come and they will follow him because he will be the Son of God. And the only way to the Father is through the Son, and this has been prophesied, and this is going to happen. Premise two, the Messiah comes and his name is Christ, and anybody who follows him is a Christian. Conclusion, Jews who believe in Christ are Christians. Like, Jews who believe, and I'm not talking about messianic, I'm not talking about modern day messianic Jews. I'm talking about Jews who were alive before Christ came, who believed the Messiah was coming, who were raised up when Christ went down to Sheol, who were released from purgatory or whatever you want to call it, because he hadn't come yet, so they had no way to paradise yet. They're Christians. They're followers of Christ. They believed in the Messiah coming. Check your dog food. There was a recall. So that's my thoughts. I don't really care if other Christians don't agree. I think I kind of explained it where I don't know how you could argue with it, but the argument will be, well, my pastor said that's not right. Basically, that's the argument. But check your dog food. There was a recall again, a bunch of different kinds. Go take care of your doggo, Josh. It's all good. Well, he already threw up now, so he's yeah, Jacob's ladder and Jacob wrestles with the angels. There's really short. Jacob's ladder is just a dream that Jacob has. Little bonus segments here. We'll get through this real quick and we'll wrap up. It's almost 10 o'clock. That would be so imagine seeing him rise from the dead. Yeah, well, imagine seeing him rise from the dead and still denying him. That's what's crazy. Jacob's ladder is just an interesting. It's a dream. It's a bit of a prophecy that Jacob has. It's Genesis 29:10 through 14. I'll just read it real quick. We're not gonna do an in-depth breakdown of this, because it's just a dream. It's kind of up for interpretation, and if you're not given the gift of interpretation, then you probably shouldn't be messing around in this stuff, and just read it and take it for what it is. And Jacob went out from Beersheba and went toward Haran, and lighted upon a certain place, and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. And he took the stones of that place and put them for his pillows. He's using stones for pillows. And he lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. So in his dream, he sees a ladder going up into heaven, and there's angels going up and down the ladder. This is where we get the term Jacob's ladder for the toy that goes. That's called a Jacob's ladder. There's also a degenerate version of a Jacob's ladder, which we're not going to talk about, but they take everything holy and good and then they use it for degenerate crap. Don't Google it. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't Google it. But a Jacob's ladder is also the degens, the nasty people, use that expression too. But anyway. And he dreamed, and behold, angels ascending and descending, and behold, the Lord stood above it and said, I am the Lord God of Abraham thy father, and God of Isaac. The land whereon thou liest, to thee will I give it, and to thy seeds, and thy seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and thou shalt spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in thee and in thy seed shall all families of the earth be blessed. So just a dream. Jacob had a interesting little dream. He sees a ladder going up to heaven. Interesting little thought. Jewish learning, understanding Jacob's ladder. A metaphor about mankind. The meaning behind the altar. No. Interpreting Jacob's dream. The ladder that Jacob climbed in his dream. Well, so he didn't climb it in the Bible. Maybe there's some Jewish canon where he actually climbs the ladder. But I don't think, I just read it, and I don't think I saw that he climbs it. Maybe I missed that part. Yeah, it doesn't say he climbed the ladder, but maybe that is in some Jewish canon. Or maybe it's later. The ladder that Jacob climbed in his dream was viewed by the Jewish sages as a symbol that represents and links different worlds. A midrash in the medieval collection of the Book of Genesis, Bereshit Rabbah, interpreted verse 12 as follows. And behold, a ladder. This is the incline leading to the temple altar stationed on the earth. This is the altar, as it says in Exodus 20:21. Make for me an altar of earth, and its top reaches the sky. These are the offerings whose fragrance rises to heaven. And behold, the angels of God. These are the high priests ascending and descending on it. That is, they ascend and descend on the incline. And behold, God stands above it, as it says in Amos 9:1. I saw God standing on the altar. So the rabbis also understood the symbol of the ladder in Jacob's dream as Sinai. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder. This is Sinai stationed on earth. As it says in Exodus 19:17, they stood at the base of the mountain, and its top reaching the sky, as it says in Deuteronomy 4:11. And the mountain was alight with fire unto the heart of the sky. So just an interesting little dream prophecy Jacob had there. And then the last little extra bonus thing we'll do is Jacob wrestles with the angel. Now, so at the top of my Bible, at the heading of the page where it says what the page, what stories are in the page, it says Jacob wrestles with an angel. But if you go to gotquestions.org. And when we read the verses here in a second, it says that Jacob wrestles with God. So, did Jacob wrestle with God or did he wrestle with an angel? Let's read the verses first, and then I'll read a quick thing, and then we'll wrap up. So this is Genesis 32, 24 through 30. So they're traveling. Esau, Jacob, his wives, his servants, they're all traveling. And he took them and sent them over to the brook, and he sent over that he had. And Jacob was left alone. And there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. So Jacob's alone by the river, and some man walks up, and they just start wrestling. Right? They just start wrestling. And they wrestle all night long. They're just fighting, wrestling back and forth, a scrimmage. It's like a UFC fight all night long. And when he saw that he prevailed not against them, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint, as he wrestled with him. And he said, "Let me go, for the day breaketh." And he let me go, for the day breaketh. And he said, "I will not let thee go, except thou bless me." And he said unto him, "What is thy name?" And he said, "Jacob." And he said, "Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with God and with men, and hast prevailed." And Jacob asked him and said, "Tell me, I pray thee, thy name." And he said, "Wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name?" And he blessed him there. So Jacob asks the angel or God, depending on what interpretation you're reading, "What's your name?" And he basically says, "Don't worry about my name." This is interesting because everybody likes to talk about the name of God. God doesn't really answer that question with a real answer. I wouldn't want to wrestle him either. "Tell me, I pray thee, my name." And he said, "Wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name?" And he blessed him there. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, "For I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved." So see, Jacob says that it was God, that he saw God face to face and wrestled with him. And then God said, "You win." Now, does that necessarily mean that Jacob won the fight? Because he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint. Jacob's leg is out of joint. And Jacob's like, "Can we stop?" And he's like, "You can't stop." Or it's confusing who's asking who to stop. But basically, the fight ends. It's kind of a draw. But if you wrestle with God and you don't lose instantly, then that's kind of a W. Pineal, like pineal gland. That's how it's spelled. I think it's I just closed it. I've heard that the angel of the Lord mentioned is actually Jesus. I don't know though. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's weird because it says angel, but then it also says God. No, it's spelled I-E. It's spelled I-E-L. P-I-N-I-E-L. Or P-E-N-I-E-L. So I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it right. To know Jacob's story is to know his life was a never-ending struggle. Great nation whom the world would be blessed. God had promised him that through him would come a great nation whom the world would be blessed. After he fled Laban's ill treatment, Jacob and his family camped in a spot chosen for him by the angels. From there, he sent messengers, Esau, and they returned with the news. Esau was on his way with 400 men. Alone in the desert wilderness, Jacob had the ultimate restless night. A stranger visited Jacob, and they wrestled throughout the night until daybreak, at which point the stranger crippled Jacob with a blow to his hip. Even then, Jacob held on. He must have known there was something supernatural about this stranger, because he demanded a blessing from him. So it's Jacob asking the stranger for a blessing. The stranger then gave Jacob a new name, Israel, which likely means he struggles with God, or he who wrestles with God, basically, is what the name Israel means. The stranger gave the reason for Jacob's new name: because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome. Based. Jacob asked the stranger for his name, but the man declines to give it. Jacob knew with whom he wrestled, and then Jacob receives what he wanted, a blessing. Jacob limped for the rest of his life, but he saw God face to face and received God's blessing. In his weakness, he was strong. The next morning, God's blessing of Jacob was evident. Esau, the brother Jacob had feared, received him gladly. In Western culture and even in our churches, we celebrate wealth, power, strength, confidence, prestige, and victory. We avoid weakness, failure, and doubt. Though we know that a measure of vulnerability, fear, and discouragement comes with life, we tend to view these as signs of failure or even a lack of faith. However, we also know that in real life, naive optimism and glowing accolades of glamour and success are a recipe. Sooner or later, the story of Jacob pulls us back to reality. Okay, I don't want to read all this. I just wanted to know, was it God or was it an angel? Jacob says it was God. He says he met God face to face. So that's an interesting one. Jacob wrestling with God. Jacob's ladder. Crazy dream. Gives you images of like the Tower of Babel or just like a stairway to heaven. A stairway to heaven. In my eyes, I could see all the glitters is gone. In my eyes, a stairway to heaven. Boom, boom, boom. Just don't play that song in the guitar store. Absolutely no stairway to heaven in the guitar store. But that's Jacob and Esau. Some extra bonus stories about Jacob. That's our Bible thumping. What do you guys think? Do you think Rebecca did what had to be done when she tricked Isaac because she knew that God said Jacob would get the birthright? Do you think it's kind of weird that the more feminine, weaker mama's boy was the chosen one and that the masculine hunter, like, those are my conundrums. Those are why I'm like, why was it Jacob who was picked? Jacob seems like a beta. Esau seems like alpha. You know, why did God choose Jacob instead of Esau? And then isn't Jacob and Rebecca, aren't they kind of like deceivers? Aren't they heel catchers? Aren't they swindlers? Why would God bless them so much? What do you guys think about that? You could think about it and let me know later, or you could let me know in the after party what you think, or you could think about it and then come back to this the replay of the stream later and drop it in the comments, your thoughts on it. Or you could tell me right now, like Seesaw just did, God used Rebecca because God saw that Esau didn't appreciate the inheritance. Yeah. Okay. Esau didn't really care. That's right. If Esau would sell his birthright for a bowl of soup, maybe he doesn't really care. Like, what's he gonna do? Maybe he would just waste it away. Like, it would become nothing instead of multiplying it, like the parables of the son that increased his inheritance versus the son who just buried it. The alpha might seem like the alpha, but Esau's actions were beta, trading his inheritance for a meal. Interesting. Okay. I didn't think about that. That makes sense. Okay. So he shouldn't have traded his. It shows that he was beta by not caring about what his father is going to leave him. So, like, the metaphor is like our Father God, we can inherit eternal life if we follow him, and we need to be grateful for that, and we shouldn't let that go for anything. But then Esau is just like, whatever, Dad. I don't really care about that. Give me some soup. Okay. Well, Jacob seemed like the mama's boy, but he went toe-to-toe with God. This is why Seesaw's a mod, guys. Because she's based. She's giving me perspectives that I maybe didn't see or didn't think of it that way. Seems like everyone involved kind of sucked. No, Isaac was a G. Isaac was good. Isaac was a boss. Isaac didn't cheat on Rebecca to try to make another baby. He waited 20 years and he never spoke to God. Abraham and Rebecca spoke to God. Isaac never spoke to God and had total faith in him. You know, Isaac didn't go sleep with a slave girl because he didn't trust God. Humans trade eternal salvation for temporary gratification on earth. Facts. Yeah. Yeah, that's the connection. Once you said it, yeah, I made that connection too. That's deep. That's deep. Huh. Good points. Good points, Seesaw. All right, but I gotta go, guys. I gotta walk Echo. He's sick. I'm gonna go get some brews. We'll do an after party after, but I might just go check out Speakeasy's channel. I don't know. They're pretty packed over there. I might just join for a little while, and then if I'm sure with that many people over there, it's gonna be hard to really talk about anything. So I might just go in, say hi, and then come over and start up the Discord. Oh, Mosman's over on his show right now. Not on his panel, but in his chat, which I'm surprised because they all talk trash about John all the time. They make fun of him all the time. Which is not nice. Let's be nice to John. John's a cool guy. Isaac was the exception, but dang, man, his family though. Yeah. Yep, facts. All right, guys, I don't have the soundboard, so I can't play the don't, 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 don't. But I'm gonna go, guys. Hit the like button on your way out. Thank you for hanging out. We will do the after party. Give me about 30 minutes. I'm gonna go get a bite to eat, get some beers, walk Echo, and then we will be back with the after party. We'll go say what up to Easy Stream, and then I'll probably just be in there for like a half an hour, and then I'll start the Discord up. We'll see what happens over here. All right, guys. God bless everybody. I'll see you in a little bit. Watch for the thumbnail. Peace.